You don't need Netflix, you don't need cable. Hop on YouTube, welcome to the hood table, where we chop up in global events vocally. You don't really wanna miss out on these conversations. Just joke a little, huh? Let a little, get that wine in your system for your glass a little. Expose current events, talk trash a little. You never know, these opinions might clash a little. They addicted to the content, got them binge watching. You don't like it, then you want invited. Bet your friends watching in the house and your job parking lot before you clocking. They don't wanna miss a second of this HT content. Everybody think they got something to say, so it's an open invitation, bring it to the table. But if you come whack, just know we ain't buying in. We gon' probably turn you back and tell you sorry, try again, huh? Yeah, welcome to the hood table. You don't need Netflix, you don't need cable. Yeah, welcome to the hood table. You don't need Netflix, you don't need cable.
Hey everybody, what's up? What's going on? Everybody, come on in, come on in.
Hey.
How you doing, boo?
I'm hanging in there. How you doing, mama?
I am doing good. A little bit on the tired side, but I'm going to push through in the name of the Lord.
Girl, we ain't even gonna go there about tired. My neighbor behind me. Oh,
Ooh.
I don't know if he took his house apart, plank by plank, but he had a wood chipper and started at 9 a.m. and did not stop till 7:30 this evening.
What?
I ain't had no kind of nap, nothing. I'm pissed.
Oh my goodness. That's awful. Hey Melissa King, what's up, lady? How you doing?
Hey.
Come on in, everybody.
What the hell was he tipping? What was he cutting up? Did he just cut up every tree in the neighborhood?
Girl, I don't know. Mm-mm.
They better check for missing people.
Ooh. Maybe he got a fireplace.
Girl, I don't know. Hell, they got a pig. Why not?
A what?
A pig.
Oh, damn.
They do. They got a big old pet pig.
Oh, I trust me, I ain't surprised. You know, when I used to stay off of Curtis, somebody right around the corner by my by my son's little friend's house, had a whole pig farm, and I'm like, who the hell has a pig farm in the city? But you know, over there, we kind of like on the kind of, you know.
I know what you're talking about,
yeah.
But still, a pig farm. I know there's horses over there, but girl, that's a mess.
Horses,
and I didn't know that.
Chickens, turkeys. All kind of stuff was over there in my neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
Deer. Oh, let's not forget the deer. I used to hate them things. Come home late at night and it's deer just trolloping up and down the street, And I remember that's when I used to be in real estate, and sometimes when we did overtime, they would literally let us do overtime 24/7. So sometimes I would come home at 3-4 in the morning, or leave at 3-4 in the morning to head to work, and it'd be just deer, just all on my sidewalk in my yard.
Mm-mm.
I used to hate it.
They said that was their time of night. What you doing,
girl? So I creep. No, I was getting my hours in, honey. Melissa said she good. Well, that's good. Okay, y'all. Let's just cut to the chase. Y'all know what time it is. I'm up here making sure I share my live on my Twitter. Y'all know what time it is. It's Friday Night Live. It is 9 o'clock. Well, it's past 9 o'clock.
Melissa, my brother lived in Virginia. I don't know if you call him a flock or herd, whatever you call it. It'd be like you go around the block from his house. It was like, I'm for real, like 30 deer. They would just congregate every night, like 30 deer. I was always afraid they were just gonna run out in front of me when I was driving to the store. It was crazy.
And that's why I hated living that's why I hated. It wasn't so much the deer. It was like, you be driving up and down Sorensen and you see these deer and you driving 45 miles an hour, and heck no, I'd be scared they're going to run into my car. Like roadkill, and I will hit that mug and shoot, then go back and say, what the hell were you thinking? And get in my car and drive off.
What were you thinking?
You didn't see my big white truck?
be like, look at you. Now you all fucked up.
In the head, literally in the head. But yes, y'all, it is Friday Night Live. That means, as you can see across the bottom of the screen, I got my little shot glass because every now and then we take shots. Whatever you drinking, water, liquor, pop, juice, whatever. Every now and
You
then on
gonna need
Friday
them
night,
tonight.
we do. So we discuss any and everything from the hood to the White House. Any news story you want to discuss, celebrity, hood news, anything, relationships, kids, it's everything. Nothing is off the table at the hood table on Friday nights. So, Karma
Oh,
Diva,
no.
I'm gonna let you
Yes, ma'am.
I want to let you lead off, Honey Bunches, into the first story of the evening, and I'm gonna drop this link in the chat because, as you guys know, on Friday Night Light, you can jump on the stream. We can have up to 10 people, so it's 2 of us. We can have 8 more people up here. We was deep last week, boy. We was deep. I think we had like up to 7 people last week up on the screen. But so you go ahead and start this off. I'm going to pull the video in. I'm gonna after you talk about it a little bit, I'm gonna show the video so people can see what you're talking about.
So, while I was checking, I was going to make a post in this Facebook group I'm in. I seen that there was some kind of situation that happened at a middle school here in Omaha, up at King Science, with a student and the security guard. Apparently this child has some behavioral issues, according to the mom, what she said on the news in the interview. But the guard apparently tried to take this child down, 11 years old, tried to take the child down twice. Well, on the second attempt, when he took him down, he ended up breaking the child's wrist and fracturing his growth plate. So now, I'm not sure what mom is gonna do. I'm quite sure there is gonna be some kind of lawsuit. I'm quite sure. I'm hoping that we can reach out to mom and get her to come on and tell her story.
Yeah.
And let us know an update on how baby boy is doing.
Yeah, I did reach out to her before we went on the show or before we came on. Let me just play it real quick so everybody can see what's going on right here in our city tonight.
Story tonight, a family demanding answers, saying a security guard with Omaha Public Schools broke their child's wrist. Police records obtained by KETV Newswatch 7 say the King Science school security guard took 11-year-old Gregory Vaughn to the ground twice. His family says the second time it broke the boy's wrist and damaged the growth plate in his arm.
Justice for my son and OPS to be looking into the people that they hire, especially with a school. Like, he goes to a school he's in a program for behavior issues. Like, I don't care if he was standing up on the desk beating his chest like King Kong. There's a proper way and a proper protocol to take to calm this child down.
OPS says action was taken immediately. The employee is on administrative leave and under investigation, and you'll hear more from the family tonight at 10.
Yep. So evidently, evidently they saying that OPS, our school board here, said first they didn't state how the student was injured or how severe the injury was. They did not say what led up to the incident. They said they were working with the student's family to address the situation. And they, of course, you know how they're supposed to send out letters to the families, you know. They sent a letter to his family of the little boy. But that's awful. That's awful. That little boy probably weighs about what you think? Like maybe 90?
Girl, definitely not 100.
Yeah, not 100 pounds. And hey, Melissa, welcome to the chat, honey.
How you doing, boo?
I'm good. It's Friday, and I've been looking forward to Friday Night Live.
Hey.
I got my drink tonight, or I had my drink tonight. So.
She said she had it.
Yes, and you know when it's shot time, when I say let's turn up, we gotta take our shots.
Wait a minute. I like had. That's past tense.
Yep, I got my bottle. I got my bottle.
Okay, as long as you got your refill on deck.
I ain't got my babysitter to be chastising me. She sleep.
Oh, I tell you, my youngest is at work, and when he get home, you know, he old enough. I just be like, the food in the fridge. But as far as this story though, this was at King Science Center, and he was a child who was already in one of those what is it politically?
Like AIP?
Yeah.
The AIP or EIP, whatever it's called.
Yeah, I want to be politically correct on that because I know some people get offended if you say the wrong thing.
Yeah.
About those
girl, they better go somewhere with their sensitive asses. They know what we're talking about.
I'm just saying. You know, I'm just saying, just like I don't like to call people retarded, I like to say mentally challenged because you know what I mean. But
I mean, I get that, but I mean, we go a little bit overboard with some of this.
Sometimes you don't know what the real word is.
And that's why I asked. That's why I said, Carmel Diva, what do you call it? But she did tell me.
I still say slow.
Mm-hmm. I do. I like
no, wait a minute. Tanya got on me that time when I said that couple weeks
Lord.
ago. I said that.
Cause like, you know, my brothers, the twins, they're a little bit slow, but I ain't offended. That's how I describe it.
See?
I know a lot of people who I think is a little bit slow. It just ain't been medically determined to be proven. But
in school, they were in like special education, so
yeah.
They're slow.
Yeah, okay. I got you.
Now, you know, when we was little, we didn't call it special education. We called it DRC.
See, I'm not familiar with DRP. We always said special ed.
That's what.
Well, DRC was DRC was. It wasn't a nice term. I could tell you what it meant, but it wasn't real nice.
Oh well, okay. Well, with this particular situation, the family. Let me read some of the comments first. Yeah, me too. I really do. Somebody in the chat said it was Katie. Katie said incredibly unprofessional and undertrained is appropriate and so safe de-escalation. Having worked in a level 3 alternative school, certified training de-escalation, that is a complete out of line. I agree. Right. Hey Deborah, how you doing, Deborah?
Deborah.
And then, Katie went on to say absolutely no reason for this. Not it's not. Man, I would have been up there like, where that security guard at?
Well, see, and for, you know, when I was reading some comments in that group that I'm in, they were looking for this guy's name, and all they could get was Mr. Jackson. That was all they could get.
I'm sure if they got to talking to some of the other students and parents in that school, they can find out the name. But the mother did post on Facebook. She said, my son's story is being covered by Channel 6 and 7 tonight at 10 o'clock. Thanks to Robert and Sherman Lamont from the bottom of my heart. Because you know how it is in the hood. We don't really get no coverage when something is done to us. We only get coverage when we done something to somebody else, like illegal.
Yeah.
But yeah, shout out to Robert Wagner. I did comment on this, the mother of the child's post, and I told her, this is Tanya from the Hood Table. Please inbox me so we can speak to you guys on our show. Mm-hmm. And Robert did like the comment, so I'm sure Robert will get the message to them because normally Robert tagged me in a lot of stuff that goes on in our own hood because he wants me to speak about it on the Hood Table. So, but this literally just happened recently. So
yesterday or day before, something like that. Yeah.
And it wasn't even covered at all, you know, until Robert and Sherman, you know, reached out to the
news. Until our activists, our hood activists started advocating and, you know, going after it and making a little noise about it. Because otherwise OPS would have swept it under the rug.
Yep, that's exactly what happened. But what's going on in your hood, Mel? Anything going on over there that you want to discuss, or anything? Period. You know, from the hood to the White House. That's how it goes.
None of these dummies have decided that. I think April 9th we're going back to being a state where you can do everything. You don't have to wear the mask. And
Are you in
Yeah.
Texas? Are you in Texas?
no, I'm in Alabama.
So is Texas, Mississippi, and Alabama?
I thought
Yeah.
Florida was doing it too. Florida's doing it, but you know that's because spring break.
I don't think Florida ever enforced it for real. For real.
You
They
can go
didn't
down there to
enforce it.
Disney. You can go to
So far
Disney
following
World.
that.
You can go to SeaWorld, Disney World, all that, like months and months
They
ago.
gonna get Shamu COVID. That's a
Yeah, I
damn
think
shame.
my daughter's father lives in Miami, and I think he was off
Hey,
work.
Bill.
Hey,
He was off work for like maybe 2 months when it first started in March. After that, they went back to, and he was like, people weren't wearing masks and they weren't doing right on the beach and all that stuff. Because we were supposed to go down there in March of last year. Then we were going to try to go around Christmas time, but I canceled both times because Florida was a hot spot.
Florida was a hot spot, and I even got a friend. Me and Carmel Diva have a mutual friend who went down there with her friend, and I was like, "Are you crazy? You going to Florida?" And she's like, "Yeah, it's like a resort or something." And I'm like, "Are you crazy?" Like, besides New York, Florida was like one of the real hot spots.
Yeah,
Florida
people weren't doing right.
I'm like, y'all some great, y'all. Good luck to you. Good luck to you.
I still ain't even planning to go. And as much like, okay, Karma Diva, it's finally warming up here in Omaha, Nebraska. Like 2 weeks ago, it was -40, -50 at night. Okay, so we get that extreme. We get that, yes, in the Midwest, in Omaha, Nebraska.
It literally the temperature, not the wind chill. It
Not
was
the wind chill.
-25. Well, it got down to -25 degrees.
We
got down to like the teens, but we never got below zero.
No,
the temperature was
that was a record day. That was a record though.
Yeah, the temperature was -25, but with the wind chill, it was -40.
Yeah.
And then one night it was -18, another night it was -10. But like this weekend, it's supposed to be like 70, 72 on Monday.
That's how it is here too.
And the first thing you want to do
it can snow next week.
Right. And the first thing you want to do when it gets warm is jump up. Man, I got up today. I went and washed my car, got my wheels clean, all that kind of shit. Then came back home and sat on the porch like, now what? Because I'm like, I still don't go anywhere. I don't go anywhere besides Walmart. So as far as traveling to Florida or anywhere else, I'm not doing it. I still don't feel comfortable.
I mean, I ain't gonna lie. I've taken a couple of little a day or two trips here, like before my brother and sister-in-law, before they got relocated to Hawaii. We met them where my sister-in-law's from Illinois, so we drove up there to go see her and my niece before they shipped out. And then, I go back and forth to Kansas City every now and then to go see my mister. And other than that, I mean, other than those few little trips, I don't, girl, please. And
Mister would probably have a new missus fucking around with me. Yeah. I ain't even lying. It ain't even that good. It ain't even that good to be traveling through this shit.
You know what? I think the only place I've been, Nashville is a little over an hour from here. So we went to Nashville to see my goddaughter. But usually we go to Atlanta like every couple of months. My brother and his kids are there. It's about 3 hours from here. And we hadn't been there I hadn't seen my brother in over a year.
I love Atlanta. We was in Atlanta 2 years ago. And then
it's all right to visit, but I lived there for about a year. I ain't like it.
I've been thinking about it, honey. Matter of fact, I was on some house sites last week looking at some homes in the suburbs of Atlanta, and I swear the homes there were nice and cheaper than here in the Midwest. And then the thing is, I work for a job where I can work from any state wherever I want.
It would be good for you because what I didn't like about it was the traffic. But if you're working from home,
Downtown. I want to be out in the suburbs.
Right. Because my brother and my girlfriends that live there, they don't live in Atlanta. They live like, outside of it. So
Yeah.
Hey, Ben
but
Stinker.
still.
Welcome to the
Hello.
chat. Welcome to the chat. But yeah, I seen a house. It was 3-bedroom, 2-bath, and I think it was like $1,000 a month for rent.
That's
And I was
all.
looking at all the pictures of the house. I mean, appliances, update everything. But I saw a whole bunch of them, like 1,100, 1,900. And I'm
Yo,
like,
these
well,
little raggedy wood houses here cost that much.
How
no,
much y'all
Carla Diva.
paying to rent a house there?
To
About
a
that much for the
3-bedroom,
raggedy wood house.
a 3-bedroom, 2-bath in the hood here is probably about $1,100 or $1,200.
Right.
And
About
that's with
$1,200.
old appliances. That's with no finished basement, no
Mhm.
garage, no fenced
Yeah.
in yard, no patio, no deck.
Just a poach.
But you know why? You know why? Because
Actually,
people
it
who
ain't even a
normally
poach. It's 2 stairs.
people with that Section 8, if they really need a place to move, the Section
Yeah.
8 covers most of the rent.
Right.
And right now, it's a seller's market.
Yeah.
Right now, it's a
that's what
seller's
yeah.
market.
Yeah.
I don't even know because I was like, should I go rent me another house because I want to move, or should I buy me a house? So I went and got pre-approved for a home loan, and I've been looking, but ain't nothing out there.
Mm.
Nope.
There's nothing out there. Hey, what's up, View? Welcome to the chat.
Hello, everybody. How y'all doing?
We
Hey.
doing good. How are you?
Hi, Miss Mel. Hi, I'm Miss Caramel. And hello, the Hood Table, baby. How you doing?
Hey, I'm
Hey,
good. I'm
View.
good. And anybody who's new to the chat, I am Tanya from Tanya's Primetime TV. A lot of people know me from over there, or Tanya's Delight Slice by Slice, the cake decorator lady. That is I. Some people come in, they don't know my name. They just see the Hood Table. So I just wanted to say, but View, I think you know my name. You know my name. But
Yes, I do.
I'm Karma Diva. I'm the loud ghetto one.
And who isn't? I heard about them cakes so good.
yes. I'm like, matter of fact, there's a guy here who is looking for a partner in his cake business, and somebody tagged me in the
Like
post.
a partner
So
for what?
I did hit him up and told him, I said I would like to hear what you got in mind, because I had like Karma Diva tell you, I'm like, do I still want to do cake decorating? Do I really?
Yep.
'Cause I've been focusing a lot on my YouTube channel, trying to grow my platform, and the Hood Table turned into an LLC last year, so I've been trying to grow my little business. But
You want to do
everybody
cakes
like,
because my birthday is coming up. You want to
people
do
won't
cakes
let
because
me
my
stop
birthday is
baking.
coming up.
People
Did
will
you
not
hear?
let me stop baking.
She trying to
Will
ignore
not let you
me.
do that.
She
Nope.
just
Are
look.
you burned
Look
out
at
with
her.
baking?
Look at
No, the
her.
thing
She
was,
need my birthday coming up. So yeah.
well, see, the thing is, when it hit real bad last spring into the summer, I had made up my mind that I was going to do the social distancing, and
Right.
it was times where people would come, and I would give strict instructions: stay in your car, do not come up
Right.
to the building, pop your trunk. Pay me by Cash App, pay me by PayPal. Well, I don't have that. I have to pay you by cash. I mean, people was just, they didn't want to adhere. Like, okay, if a grocery store or a bigger chain tells you some stuff like that, you're going to adhere to it. But because I'm
Right.
a smaller business, I'm like, I open the door and they there with all their kids and everybody. Like, I asked y'all to stay in your car. It was just so much. And then people kept getting sick and dying. And I
Thank
said,
you,
I'm not.
Katie.
I said I'm taking a hiatus, and I
Yeah.
mean, people was like upset with me, like
I was.
for real, like upset, like what you mean you ain't baking no more?
Now see, when it come to my cake next month, you can just put it on the back of my truck. Look, when
What
you
day
pull up,
next
you can
month?
put
My
it.
birthday's
You
next
can.
month too.
My birthday on the 6th.
Ah,
You got
Mhm.
both of them. They got 2 cakes to make for next month.
So you can just set it on the tailgate of my truck, and when you pull up, and I either me or my daughter or my son will come down and get it. Thank you, appreciate you much. Thank you kindly.
She's
And
made
I
it
do
very easy for you.
all her kids. I do all her kids' birthday cakes. So it's certain people that I'm still like, I got you, but I'm just scared. I won't even leave my house. And see, the thing about it, View, when you a cook or a chef, you can't just stay home. You have to constantly be out there in the elements, shopping.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I gotta
I'll
be
buy
at the
you a
cake
mask.
stores all the time, buying more cake boards, buying more supplies, buying more packaging, buying more labels. I mean, you have to constantly be out. You just can't stay home.
What about all of the, there's been a lot of the Instacarting and
Oh
ordering
no, that's so
stuff.
expensive. What's it?
Okay.
For the delivery, they deliver.
People already don't want to pay what it costs for a good old nice slice of custom design. I am a cake artiste, okay?
I've seen your work.
I'm a cake. My license plate say Cake Arts, and I can say that publicly because everybody in town knows who they know who truck that is when they see it. So I'm a cake artiste, and a lot of people be like, "What, $50 for the cake? What?" But some people who
say
done
that
had
when you go to Pettit's.
some people
They
who done had
gotta pay for
custom
that
cake.
name. Cake
You got-
artiste.
I'm like, I'm not a cake decorator. I'm a cake designer, a cake artist, a cake. You know what I mean? But a lot of it's already cost enough for a custom design cake. So if I was to order like all my supplies, then I would have to charge like $10, $15, $20 more on top of that. In a time where a lot of people's already struggling, so I'm like, you know what? It's not my main business. Karma Diva, no, I do it it's like a hobby. It's like for fun. It's like, I got a main job and 2, 3, 4 other hustles. So
Right.
I'm about to say, she part Jamaican, man. She got about 12 jobs.
I ain't mad. I'm part Jamaican too.
See? Get your hustle on. I ain't mad at y'all. Go ahead.
Right.
Hey,
Do you have a gas oven or an electric oven? Because I have not been good at baking.
I got electric. I refuse to bake with a gas. I have to do electric.
I knew that.
Why?
It's just a difference with the gas. I mean, with the electric, the heat circulates real evenly. It circulates real evenly. And one thing I experienced at my last home with the gas stove, excuse me, was that sometimes the cakes don't rise right. Sometimes they, so I prefer electric.
Yeah.
I like my glass tops too, I don't like that tick tick boom stuff on my stove. No.
That's one of the favorites. I mean, I've rarely heard somebody advocate for a gas. I mean, an electric stove like that.
Yeah, I know a lot of people who prefer electric over gas. I don't like gas anything. I
miss my gas stove. I do.
I've never had a gas stove.
Really?
Yeah, I do not like it at all. And then when that thing go out, you gotta crawl underneath with your little long lighter and try to prevent blowing my wig off.
I think the people that had gas stoves during this whole power outage and thing, they probably were very appreciative because you don't have to have the electricity. You can light it with the match. Just pick it in. And I know with my grandmother used to make cakes, bake cakes and stuff like that. But whenever the lights went out, the kitchen was the place that we always focus in. She would turn the oven on or to boil some water, and it would keep you warm. And then, of course, you had hot water, to bathe and stuff like that. So I know a lot of people, they don't even know the luxury of that.
Should I have to do that?
I do that all the time anyway. I boil water in the winter. And the reason I do that is because, I have humidifiers and stuff, but that circulates throughout the entire house. And you can put like a little like a spoonful of like mentholatum or whatever you want to call it in there, and it gets throughout the whole house and humidifies the entire house. So
yeah.
that's why I do that.
Yeah,
But,
you know what?
Tanya, I wanted to. I'm sorry, I wanted to interrupt because we had another breaking news story here in Omaha.
Let me introduce Miss Sislo first. Hey, Miss Sislo, how you
Okay,
doing?
hey, boo.
Hi, Miss Islo.
What's that?
Keisha
Miss
said,
Hey,
How you
Keisha
living?
said I'm pissed. I had to order my son. Oh, that's one person who wanted to make me to make their cake.
get her, Keisha. Get her.
I've been making her son's birthday cakes for like the last 3 years. And she was like,
Get
"Oh, I
her,
have to order
Keisha.
my cake from somewhere." I'm sorry. You know I still love you.
She trying to get brand new because of COVID.
Man,
We ain't even.
I know too many people, too many family friends, too many people here in our city who got COVID. Some
I
died,
do
some made
too.
it. I ain't
Yeah.
messing with it.
You already know my story with COVID. So,
Yeah.
but I did want to go ahead and touch on this topic here. So Tanya hits me up earlier
Oh Lord.
and sends me this story, and I'm like, okay, what's she sending me now? So I look, and it says a dead body found at the mayor's home today, the
What?
Omaha mayor's home. So before I can click on that one, she sends me another story. Well, now it says it's the mayor's husband that's found dead from a
Is the
shot
mayor a
from
woman?
it's
Or a
a
man?
female.
Yeah,
Okay.
our
And
mayor is a female.
Okay.
so her husband was found dead from a gunshot in their home. Now he was a prominent trauma surgeon, and he was like 74 years old. So I'm reading and I'm like, okay, my first thought was her name is Jean, the mayor. Her name is Jean. I said, where the hell was Jean at? Did Jean do it?
They call her Mean Jean.
They talking about, oh, Jean was the mayor is safe. Okay, that's nice, but where the fuck was she at when this happened? Did she pull the trigger? But then later on, they did say later on that it was self-inflicted.
Yeah, they are saying it was self-inflicted. Let me just play the clip for you guys real quick because this is like crazy news here.
Right.
Episode of Saints and Sinners.
Man.
Police respond to the Omaha mayor's home for a shooting and find her husband dead. Good evening, I'm Alexandra Stone. Tonight, it appears the shooting was self-inflicted. KETV Newswatch 7's David Earl has been on the scene all afternoon near the Stothert home at the Oak Hills Country Club. David?
Yeah, Alexander, we've been here for several hours now watching as police only let neighbors in and out of this gated community that is just south of Q Street along I-80, again, the Oak Hills Country Club. Here's what we know from police. They were called here just before 2 p.m. for the shooting, and when they arrived, they found Dr. Joseph Stothert dead on the property he shares with his wife, Omaha Mayor Jean Stothert. We know she but it's not clear if she was home at the time of this shooting. While we were here this afternoon, we saw the forensic unit leave this neighborhood. We've learned police do not suspect foul play. Stothert family has reaction in a statement for us tonight. It is with great sadness today that we share the tragic loss of Joe Stothert with family, friends, and our loving community. Joe's dedication and affection for everyone he cared for serve as a bright light of human kindness for all of us to follow. Our family asks for your prayers at this very difficult time. We will need them. We also ask for privacy so our family may...
Hey, Miss Hall.
Hey, Miss Hall, how you doing, love? You said Mean Jean is one of the nicer terms I heard, but it's more than accurate. Yeah, that's what they call her. Well, that's one of the terms they call her, Mean Jean. But ain't
now,
that
before
crazy?
I get into roasting her ass, I do want to send my condolences to the family. This is still a tragedy. It is something that is sad. And, you know, anybody that feels that they need to take their life or harm themselves, please seek help. Talk to someone.
And since you're saying that, Karma Diva, that's the thing right now. We don't even know if he killed himself or if it was an accident. They said no
foul play was
foul
expected.
play. But right now, I'm like, this man was a prominent doctor, like a surgeon, like the chief.
Yeah, he was I mean, he's very accomplished.
Well, let me ask y'all this. My ID is kicking in. How old is Gene? Is Gene
should be around the
He's
same age,
in
I
his
hope.
60s.
Oh,
Is Gene doing for the insurance money this year?
That's what I
Okay,
was
it says
thinking
right
too,
here.
right there.
Okay.
She is 67. She's 67.
Well, yeah,
Looking
okay.
like
Right,
she's
they
about
close.
77, but anyway.
She's 67, and we are, you guys, we are like 2-3 weeks away from the local elections. So that's
Yeah.
why this just seems like.
Did he take one so she could win? He took the
I
L
don't
so she
know.
could win.
They said it was self-inflicted.
But yeah, we don't know if he meant to kill himself, if it was, he was cleaning his gun
accident
and
or.
Because was he still practicing surgeon?
Yes,
I believe so. Yeah.
Yep. He was over the medical unit at the
UNMC,
hospital, UNMC, and also the fire station. Yeah.
He trained paramedic.
Kind of odd for a suicide.
Yeah, very prominent. They stay way out in the bougie neighborhood, way out in Northwest Omaha, in a big old mansion type house. They making a lot of money and doing well and everything.
You know what? The other thing is you never know what people going through. So
yeah.
Because see, my first thought was, I said he's older, and a lot of times when they get in that age range, if they get some kind of disease or something happens to where they cannot perform their job the way they used to, a lot of those doctors, unfortunately, they do kill themselves, especially if they find out they have like MS or Huntington's or Parkinson's. Yeah, a lot of them, they find, they can't, they just can't cope with it because they can't do what they've done their entire lives. And it's sad, but they take their lives.
Yeah,
and that happens more often. That happens more often than you know. It happens. It's a very common thing, unfortunately.
Yep, it is really sad, but it's also just crazy. Like, a lot of people want her out of here. Like, I mean, like yesterday. Like, we got so many.
I want her out too, but damn, I ain't trying to knock her husband off.
Right. It's just like, is this a coincidence? Is this like, I mean, we can read into it, but it's just crazy. And then I had asked somebody earlier, would you still run if this happened to you?
No.
Like, if it's a few weeks away?
I don't think I would.
I would bow out.
Somebody said Mean Gene ain't going nowhere.
That's just, I mean, you already have the weight of this death and how he died on you, and then you're gonna turn around and add the city to it too, and all of the mess that comes with being a mayor. No, not unless you crazy as hell. Well, she is crazy as hell, so she might.
How long has she been mayor?
Like 11 years.
Oh my God, a long time.
There must not be a cap on mayors, because I know where I'm from, we had the same mayor from the time I was born. I know until I left for college.
Oh, y'all see Mario's comment?
I'm reading.
Let me see.
He says she is at the top level of city government. She is the boss. She can spend this any way she wants. That man was a practicing surgeon. I don't believe he took his own life. She did that shit. Now, had this happened in North Omaha or South Omaha, the spouse or boyfriend or girlfriend would be in jail. Or at least be down there for Quentin.
Mario, don't get me in trouble on air. Please don't do it.
I know. Allegedly.
Don't do it.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. That's my favorite word.
That is not the words of the hood table.
Well, yeah, because a lot of people at a certain age when they get to, especially late 60s and 70s, there's no opportunity for divorce. They're just like, you know what? Let me see, how can I do this?
Right, it's cheaper to keep her.
Right, and so they could get quick money. Because really, you're like, you know what? If you've been married to somebody for so long and you're 60 and 70, I mean, like, can't you stick it out for the rest of your life?
Hey, that's what I said, Miss Pam, because my parents, they have been married 46 years, and they start getting on each other's nerves because both of them are like late 60s. I'm like, look, y'all probably got what, a good 10, 20 years left. Y'all better stick that thing out. And
It sounds morbid, but it's true.
I'm a good 10, 20 years left.
You've been together long as
you gotta get one in the apartment. The one stay in the house, but just don't kill each other. But you ain't got that much time left. Let's,
because they don't
play nice
in the same room no more. Y'all roommates
Right.
anyway. What difference
Get
do it make?
separate bedrooms, get separate apartments, you know, because the thing about it is when you that old,
I know a
it's
lot
like
of people like that.
I literally sat them down and told them that. I'm like, y'all too old to talk about splitting up. If you ain't got that
Right.
long,
And in these
hang tight.
and in these days and age, how long does it take you to get to really know somebody at this time and that we live in? Hell, it can take 5 to 10 years to really get to know these fools out here these days.
Right.
Sure.
And then from what I know about my parents, though, they would just, even if they split up, they would still be worried about each other. So what's the point?
Because you've been around somebody that long, you still, I don't give a shit. You still gonna have some kind of feeling for them.
Yeah, they've been together longer than they were apart because they went to high school together and got married like right after high school, which was prompted by yours truly.
Oh, so you the reason they got
you right.
They had a look. Your papa was standing there.
Why they did
look, your papa was standing there with a shotgun.
Look, let me tell you, my dad had moved to Ohio. He was going to school there and everything, and then we from a small town anyway, so it didn't take long for word to get back. So my grandma got on the phone and told him, "You knew that damn girl was pregnant when you left here. If you don't get your black ass back here, you better." And he caught the Greyhound, and he came on back to the house. And he met me when I was about a month old.
That's a good man.
And then they still together.
That's so sweet. All the good men are gone. All the old school men, all the ones that believe in chivalry and courting and all that, they
no, they not, because I'm raising one. I'm raising one right now.
I'm talking about that we can mess with, okay?
I got one.
In the earlier years,
one that we can date.
Advocate for divorce in the earlier years, because it was like, when you grow up in a household, I tell people all the time, because people are, oh, your parents are still together. I'm like, yeah, but they ain't happy. So, I'm like, people always make a big deal about parents to stay together, and I'm not just saying this because I got a divorce, but sometimes.
And they say those long-time relationships done dealt with many of cheating, many a nice crime. Right. It's just sometimes they just so doggone comfortable with each other. It's like they just turn a blind eye to certain things. Sometimes people who've been together for 50, 60 years.
But sometimes they need to be. But sometimes I'm like you. I know where you were going with that, Mel. Sometimes people do need to divorce.
Right.
Because
when they were younger, now that they old, they can cancel it.
Right. We're trying to stay together for the kids. The kids know y'all fucked up. Hell, they probably be glad y'all leave each other.
I'm telling you, because it's hard when you got that type of intensity and you can feel it in
making everybody miserable.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So
yep. And I always said I will never be in a miserable relationship because kids can see it, they can sense it, they feel it, and it's like, oh my god, they're screaming and yelling and all that kind of stuff. I can't do it. But
I have to tell my daughter that because she's 10 now, and I divorced her dad when she was 2, so she doesn't really remember us as a couple. And sometimes she gets all emotional, and I just really miss my, she's drama queen. I just really miss my dad, and I just want you guys to be friends. And I'm just like, our life would be so different if we were a family. He would be mad all the time. I would be mad all the time. I was like, plus, We get to do what we want. We have girls' night every night. I'm trying to sell it to her.
I just be like, pack your bags. Like with my sons, as soon as they dad, because they dad, was involved in their life and stuff. As soon as they say, I want to go with my dad, or their dad say, boy, I had them damn near on the street corner. They ready. They ready. That's one thing. It didn't matter how good we got along, how bad we arguing, fussing, fighting, whatever. Child support late, it didn't matter. Your child is ready. Dude. Like I hate how some women when they into it with their baby daddy or whatever, they want to keep the kid away. I ain't never been like that.
I never. That's something I never did. I never told him he couldn't see them kids or come get them. That was his choice not to show up or not to be there. So I told him and like I told my kids, that's for him to explain his absence.
I'm not going to cover up for him. I stopped talking to him, but whenever he would call, I'd just give her the phone.
Exactly. And once they got a certain age, you buy them their own phone when they get a certain age. We ain't even got to talk no more.
He don't even do that. But, thank God, like I said, I went through enough jokers that I finally got me a good one. And the one I got now, he makes sure that my daughter knows she's loved, that she's protected. He calls her. They text. I was like, y'all text? I was like, what? He was like, oh, he sends me text and says, good morning, princess, and daddy loves you. She calls him dad. And so
are y'all ever planning on residing in the same city?
Is this a real dad?
No,
would you ever move? Would you ever move to where he is if he asks?
I might.
I know that's a hard one.
You know what? I would. I would.
How far apart are y'all?
Not that far. It's a hop, skip, and a jump.
Yeah.
What, like 3.5, 3?
Okay. It's 219 miles, but who's counting?
Is that round trip or one way?
That one way.
Hey, Candace, what's up, Can? Anybody else want to jump on the StreamYard? Here's
Mario. Let me see what else Mario said. Here's his theory. Mario said, "Here's my theory: elections for mayor a few weeks away, and it's some fierce competition. As the incumbent, what can I do to solidify my reelection? If you've been looking at a lot of things as citizens been complaining about, she been posting." Being handled. Case in point, COVID had people out of work, about to lose their homes. Omaha received over $22 million for help.
Rent and utilities, but where'd that go?
Right. I'm sorry, somebody digging in my bowl trying to take my crab legs while I'm reading.
She said she got some money. He went on to say she got this money from the first stimulus package. She just posted about having people sign up to it. So that was the first stimulus. That was like last year. Okay, you know what?
And Miss Sheila want to say something?
I had 3. And I was like,
it's so many. I mean, it's so many people here in our city that have been wanting her out of office, and it's been so many people who have gotten close to winning over the years. But like this year, it's like we didn't already interview like 2-3 candidates on our channel, and then it's like so many people. I never seen this many people run against her.
And nobody wins.
And I don't know. It's in 2 weeks, and that's the crazy thing about it. I was like, maybe she'll sit down. You've been running for you almost 70 years old. Your husband just died. Go.
Are they projecting her to be the winner again?
I haven't really read anything about the projections or something of the book. I don't know, but more than likely she probably will win. But I do want to say, just like Carmen Diva said, my sincere condolences, because that's horrible. I can't imagine coming home to find my husband in the yard dead. Self-inflicted.
Was he in the yard or was he in the house though?
They said no. Somebody told me that this is what somebody told me, that he was outside. That neighbors had said they heard a gunshot and the police came and they said He was
Yeah, I
outside,
know
but
the
that's just
neighbors
what
said
I
they heard it.
heard. That's
Mm.
I don't know. But
That's
anywho,
alleged.
let
But
me
yeah, that's
Facebook
I'm gonna
usually come on.
yeah. But I'm gonna show y'all this other story, y'all. I saw this story, and y'all, again, it's no topics off limit, no holds barred. So if anybody got a topic, a story, anything, feel free to chime in, and we can all discuss it. But this next story just makes me thank God that I have a camera on the outside of my house.
oh
Now
boy.
I'm gonna show y'all this, and y'all gonna be like, "What the hell?"
It's tea.
Some of y'all might have already seen this shit. Okay, let me make it big.
Do you have sensitive teeth?
Can I make it big?
Sensodyne, yeah, I used to use that.
I still do.
As possible, with the driver dropping off cases of seltzer water that the customer had ordered from Whole Foods through Amazon Prime. That customer got a notification from his Ring doorbell camera when the delivery driver approached.
I was watching and he was acting strange, so I kept watching.
You can see the man goes back and forth a few times. The customer, a North Kingstown man who wanted to remain anonymous, continued watching on his phone.
I didn't know what he did until I looked outside and
What do you do, Pete?
wet spot there on the ground. I went back inside and rewatched the video, and I put the volume all the way up, and I could hear it.
You can see here the delivery driver sees he's being captured on Ring camera, so he crouches down to relieve himself.
At that point, I realized that he had urinated all over my food.
The customer immediately called
his
Amazon
food?
customer service, who was largely unhelpful, but when he called a corporate number, they apologized profusely and sent a cleaning crew to the house to clean their
That
front
is
walk
so
the
gross.
next day. He also found a $100 credit in his Amazon account Wednesday morning.
I'm just totally mind blown about the whole thing. Like, I just don't know what he was thinking, or if he did just have to go to the bathroom. I mean, there were woods right next to my house.
The customer
But he
also
could have
told
went on the
BBC
side of the house.
contacted North Kingstown
He could have
police,
pissed
who have
on
been trying to
himself.
locate the driver. He says the whole ordeal
He
is
had to mess up
completely
the man's
unnerving,
food.
given how often people are ordering online nowadays.
I'm extremely happy that I had the Ring doorbell. Because, I mean, if we didn't, then we would be drinking those
That's so.
seltzers right now. It's disgusting to think about.
In a statement,
It
an Amazon
is.
spokesperson said, in part, this individual is no longer delivering Amazon packages. For
Duh.
Nicole Mack, ABC 6 News.
He'd have got his ass whooped.
Eh,
That
Yeah, if I
is
had a people out
that
that don't
shows
seen it.
that's some
Yeah.
kind of mental illness, and that shows that he ain't got no kind of home training at all.
the man
He
had
didn't
bushes
look
and
right, right.
trees. He had bushes and trees and woods all around his house, and he had to
And he
urinate
pissed
on
on his
the
food.
delivery that he just brought them, like they food, everything.
You
He just
nasty bastard.
You know what? That made me think about when them people were going through the grocery stores licking the top of the ice cream. Remember
Yeah.
that? I just thought that was
Yeah.
so gross. I stopped buying ice cream.
that
Who
is.
who does what?
I
It just
wonder.
makes you stutter.
You know
Like
what?
you have no concept of English.
Mario
Ugh.
said he did it on purpose. I wonder, Mario, if he had a run in with that man before. If that man might have complained, you know, I don't know. I don't know.
I
Right,
hope he not
Candy.
just randomly pissing on folks' food.
That's disgusting. Candace said clutches pearls. And if he wouldn't have had his Ring camera or any cameras out there, he wouldn't have even known. He probably would have looked over there like, what's this wet stuff in the ground over? What's this? Unless
That
they
just make me want to go fuck somebody up. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm for real. That make me want to go fight somebody just on GP.
That's very gross.
That's nasty as hell. Do not play with my food. No.
Exactly.
No. See, doing shit like that, you can get killed doing shit like that. For real.
Mm-hmm.
You can fuck around and get killed.
Y'all know who this is on Facebook. This Tonio. He said a guaranteed alkaline hydrolysis treatment. If you don't know, bet you understand it. Oh, Antonio said he about to he said he lounging and sipping. He about to jump on the stream. Yeah, go ahead, Antonio. Let me drop the link in the Antonio. I don't know why, y'all, but for some reason in my Facebook group I can't comment on anything. Am I in
The
Facebook
link is
now?
on there.
I
I
can't be in
can't comment
Facebook
anywhere.
now. So maybe it's something with our group then.
I
I
don't
thought
know.
it was
I
just.
ain't never
I have
like
been
while
having
we on
problems
here.
with Facebook too when I do my lives. Like the
Oh,
message, the comments, my comments weren't coming
they
in. And
weren't
usually,
there, right?
yeah, they
Yeah.
weren't.
So it's
Something's
not
been
just me.
going on.
It's not just me because I sure was like I was checking through all the settings and making sure I didn't
Why you
accidentally
have to
turn
verify it? I was gonna make it seem like it was just her.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Huh? You said what?
Huh? I said I
Whatever.
hope it don't snow next week.
It might. Shit, where we live at
I
in the
know this is Nebraska and it is
Uh-huh.
March in Nebraska shit.
You don't know whether to wear a whole snow boot and a flip flop or a hoodie or a tank
Girl,
top. It's like
okay. You
Yeah.
really
that's why
do.
I always keep a coat and a jacket and an umbrella in my car. All everything.
Right.
Do y'all have a
And a
rainy
small shirt.
season?
Yep,
Um
that's June.
that's like
Yep,
maybe 3
that's
weeks.
in June.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's-
It'd be like a 3 week period. But yeah. Mario said
He
it's
said
supposed to
if you don't stop calling him by his government name his mama gave him.
who said that? Who said that?
Facebook user.
I don't even call you by your government name. I say Tonio or Tone or Tone. Oh Lord. See, some of y'all just so difficult. So
That's why I
my
don't
name,
put my
my name
government
is
name on here.
my name the hood table.
And Tanya be slipping and calling me
It's
by
the
my
hood
government name.
table. It's the hood table. It's not Tanya.
I'll be like, I don't want people knowing my name. Hell, bill collectors may be watching.
Well, I can't help it. If I call you by your government name, I've been knowing you for years. So sometimes I do forget to say Carmel Diva, and I'll be like, I be saying her real name.
You can say Keisha. I answer to Keisha.
I don't know you by that. That's what other people call you. I know you as your other name.
Mama, yeah, by my government.
And then my other homegirl, her name is Keisha. So I got
aliases out here, man. I can't, girl. I got people that don't like me out in these streets. That's all right. They gonna run up if they want to, though. But they ain't stupid.
Man, you know what? I can't stand y'all. Mario, what you doing? It's almost time to take a shot. Do everybody got their drinks? Mario, if you want to jump on, I can inbox you the link if you want to jump on. Okay, anything else y'all want to talk about? What about Miss Sislo? Did you have any topics for tonight? Or if anybody in the chat got any topics you want to discuss? Or if you want to jump on the StreamYard, click the link if you want to jump on the StreamYard. Don't be shy.
Well, while they jumping on, let me say this.
Mm-hmm.
So I told you a couple of weeks ago about the school board, the district having a prom for the in-school students, but they're excluding the remote students. Right. So if your child is not in school physically, they cannot go to their junior or senior prom this year, which is wrong because you are separating and basically discriminating against these kids. So what I have thought up and I'm kind of spearheading, I've hit up some of the remote parents, and if there's any other parents here in the school district that agree with me, hit us up. Tanya relayed a message to me and I'll get in touch with you. But we're going to go ahead and plan an all-inclusive. We're not just going to do the remote students. We including the in-school students and the remote students, and we are going to put on a prom for them. We're not going to exclude kids. That's wrong. This pandemic has caused enough damage and separation and it's ridiculous that this district is doing that to these kids too.
And I wonder if
And
they're doing that anywhere else. Like Melissa or Miss Sislo, have y'all heard about anything like that going on in your neck of the woods? Where the
Well,
kids who did remote learning cannot attend prom?
no, last year they didn't even do. Wait a minute. Last year, I think some of the schools around here didn't do prom. Some of them waited until after school got out to do it. But there was
no,
no,
they didn't do
like
it
this
here.
year. There's no division between remote and the school kids because
Yeah, last year we didn't have it.
my
They
goddaughter's
didn't do
remote.
nothing.
She's going.
Yeah, it's
They
not
said,
fair.
and they
Last year
even
we
because
didn't have it at all.
I got an email, and they said that even if it's an in-school person, so like there's my son, one of his best friends is a nice little girl. So even if she was to tell my son, come on, you be my date, because he's remote, he cannot go.
He said
And
the
it's an
freedom.
outdoor prom. It's a damn outdoor prom. I'm like, you know what?
I haven't heard about an outdoor prom here before. Ever.
What's the freedom? What are you talking about? The Freedom Festival?
Juneteenth.
Oh, why he saying it's about to be a whole shit show? What's I ain't heard
Because
nothing.
you know they ain't gonna be wearing no damn mask and
Oh shit! I probably won't even be down there. I'll probably ride through.
I have
I'm gonna
not
ride
been
through
to
like this,
Juneteenth
hiding from
and-
the CVD 19. I'm gonna be in back.
I just, you know, if I was down in Texas, then yeah, I would go to the Juneteenth festival. I would be protected.
Well,
I'd probably
everything
just sit
is
in my
open
car.
in Texas. They ain't even making them
Right.
wear masks no more down there.
Oh no, I would be in my car. I would just be sitting in my car watching. But they don't do nothing here. It's a bunch of cars in a line going down the street.
What up,
with a
Tom?
piece of poster board taped to the side.
Yeah, our
What the
Juneteenths
hell?
up here is not. Our Juneteenths are not definitely not what they used to be back in the day. Now our Omaha days, those still be. You know, we be out there
Omaha Day
like
still be kind of lit.
yeah, Omaha
What
Day
is
be lit.
what is Omaha Day?
That's
It's a
where
homecoming. They do it every 2 years, or every other year. It's a homecoming for Native Omahans. It started because they basically, when they built the freeway here, they literally cut the black community in half. And people started moving away, and it's people, they do it, people come back home. They have class reunions and stuff like that during that time. And it's a week-long celebration, and every day is something different.
And we be
So, like,
out there in the streets all night.
partying.
One time Carmel Diva, we told that story before.
Man, I'm not dealing with you no more.
She mad
I'm not
because I
dealing with
left
you.
her ass because they started shooting, and I was like, pew!
She left me. My knees lock up. I couldn't even get out of my damn chair. All I could do was curl up in a damn ball and pray to God I didn't get shot. Hope they aim was very bad and it went up.
Lord, it be going down in Omaha.
Y'all should have seen me. As soon as I heard, Papa,
I looked up, her ass was half a block away from me. I'm like, wait a minute.
But the funniest part was, y'all, you know I was recording everything for our show, right? So I
You
was
never stopped
running with my
recording.
camera facing behind me. I was running like this. I was like,
Just horrible.
Action film.
I caught everything. I caught everything.
I don't know why I'm still her damn friend. You know what? I need some new friends. Shit. I'm start taking applications for new friends. I need some new friends around here.
Tone, I didn't miss a beat. I didn't miss a beat, Tone. If I would have died, they would have had it all on film.
I want to say that.
They would have had it all on film if I would have died.
Right.
They said a coward live to tell how that brave motherfucker died. That's what they say.
Oh shit!
My auntie used to say that all the time. Somebody got to live to tell the story now.
Man, Tanya Diva already know how I am. People be like, Tanya, you can't be at all those scenes. You can't be at all. I'm like, I'll keep my distance.
I sure tell her ass, why are you out there? Go home. Yeah.
Because it be like this. Sometimes people hit me up. It could be late at night, 3, 4. Girl, what's going down? I'll be like, where at? I'm on my way.
Chasing the head now. Okay.
But Mario hit hit the hood table up and I'll get in contact with you because I
Oh, is Mario
literally
on
just posted
DJ?
about it today.
Can Mario DJ?
Yeah, if he wants to, yeah, that would be perfect.
Mario, would you like to
I would love
DJ
that.
if they throw a private homecoming for all the kids that are not allowed to go because they were remote students?
I would love that. Oh, love you too, sis Lo. She said her grandman won't let her talk.
And I just saw that.
But she said love everyone. Talk
Love
to
you
us later.
too, honey. What up,
But
Tone?
yeah,
You
Mario,
down there with no mask on, Tone?
Shit, I barely wear one as it is. I mean, they ain't about to kill me. I wear it when I'm out amongst people. I wear it when I'm amongst people in public. Like,
Well, Mel State is about to join Texas and Mississippi.
My state is Melissa House still gonna be closed. I'm not opening back up.
I know that's right.
nah, I mean, can you hear me, sir?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I look. It's like this, man. I don't know. I mean, I have mixed emotions about it because, I mean, I understand that things have to go the way they need to go, but if you got people that's legitimately dying from the onset of this, whether it's a pandemic, plandemic, hoax, whatever, flu, it don't matter. If people are still succumbing and losing their life from this, then yeah, I can say it's a little bit too fast. I mean, we're the second largest state as far as population goes.
And it's not even gradual. It's just like boom, we back.
But my thing is like this.
Yeah,
even if they open everything up, even if they feel safe enough to open up everything, why not still enforce the mask?
Right.
It ain't. Here's the thing. Here's the thing with enforcing. I believe, like down here, they really didn't really need to enforce it because once they spoke it, it kind of was like, if you're not wearing a mask, it's a cardinal sin. So it was half and half. It was kind of like, if you're wearing a mask, if you're doing protocol. My idea down here was that if you don't stole in a car, then don't trip. You know, but a lot of people down here, it's mixed. It's been 50-50. But I'm still gonna practice protocol regardless. You know, I'm gonna wear my mask.
I just don't understand why people would not even want to. I mean,
you know, I'm passionate about this, and I say it like this. From my personal experience, first of all, there are in this country, we have lost 500,000 people. That's 500,000 people
and counting.
And counting, because our government failed to prepare, to protect us. That's the bottom line. I'm passionate about it because my cousin was one of the first ones to die here in Omaha from COVID. My first cousin, his daddy and my daddy are brothers. We literally grew up playing Candyland together. He was one of the first ones in Omaha to die from it. Since then, I have had 7 relatives hospitalized and had to be on ventilators. And then I've had 2 other relatives die from it. It's not a joke to me. I don't care who made it. It's too damn real. And it's too easy to catch. So why would you not take the precaution to protect yourself? Yeah, I know a lot of people bounce back from it, but damn it, who says your number ain't up?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not that painful. I mean, I know the mask can be irritating, but it's not that painful to wear the mask. I mean, just 2 weeks ago, 4 households in my family, COVID. I mean, I know so many people just like Karma Diva, and rest in peace to your loved ones who passed away, and thank God for the ones who survived.
Yeah.
I mean, literally, I was like, dang, why is everybody in my family catching it? And then it was a little panic because I had been around one of them. And so I'm like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. But then we were okay. We were okay. But still, it's a scare to go down there and to get tested and da 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 da. And like whole households. In Omaha, I mean, it's been a whole bunch of people.
It was.
like
It
that
was
here
bad
too.
here. It
And they
was bad
still
here.
get sick and still dying.
Yeah.
And see, my
So,
thing is this: with me and my kids, we have a little ritual. You know, before we even get out of the car to go into a store or wherever, we throwing our mask on. The minute we get back in the car, we all scrubbing down with hand sanitizer. We wiping the door handles and everything. That's
I got wet
every
wipes and I
store,
got
every spot
sanitizer in the
that we
front of
go
my
to.
car. Yep.
That's everyone.
Mhm.
We all do it. And then when you get home, you going straight to the bathroom and washing using hot water and soap to wash your hands. People,
And you got to be
it's not
careful
that.
because I was at the store one time at Walmart like a week ago, and as soon as I got out the car, somebody who didn't want to push their cart, where it go? Would you like a cart? No.
No.
Do you got some sanitizer? Do you got some wipes on you?
Right. Make
No,
sure
I
you
was
go
like
in
this
and you
before
can.
COVID.
I'll go in the
I
store
always did like
and
that.
I'll be going in the store and I'll be pulling off them things and
Mm-hmm.
spraying down my cart. No, and it's like normally in the past, yeah, give me your cart, girl. You know. But
I wiped down. I when all this craziness started, because I've always been a little bit
My
OCD anyway.
condolences, Miss Hall.
It was just like, welcome to my world. This how I've been doing.
Right.
it says I can't. I'm gonna keep wearing my hell. It might be 2029. I'm still the only one walking around with a mask on.
You won't be
Right.
like
But you
Trying
know,
to
we should
rob
have been
somebody.
watching.
They
I'm
was
not trying to sound, but them little Asian people, they had been walking around with masks and we was laughing and this and that. We should have been paying attention and asking them why they were doing that and
because they
following
knew
suit.
what was going down over there.
Right. We should have been following suit.
Mm. Tony, your dress is real long.
Thank you,
How
Katie.
long it take you to grow your hair that long?
Actually, I don't know if you remember when I was living down at Ernie Chairman Court, aka the New Jack. Remember when I was twisting?
Yeah, they was small then. And I remember. So that's how it ever since then. You freezing up.
My wife. Can you hear me now? Yeah, my wife. She had started dreading them up about 2010. About 2011.
They giving you condolences in the chat, Karma Diva.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
But yeah, I mean,
and condolences to Mrs. Hogg too.
Yes.
No doubt.
You might want to go out and come back in, Tone. Can you go out and come back in?
Yeah, he sounds like he underwater.
Yeah. But if they say Nebraska, if they say here in Nebraska that we don't have to do the mask anymore, I'm still gonna be wearing my mask. I sure am.
I'm like, fuck you. I'm wearing this mask. I'm gonna have to walk around looking like a robber a little longer. Shit, fuck you.
Right. Yep. But what else is going on, y'all? Anything else?
I don't know. It just seemed weird. We got a president that's quiet and working.
You said who?
I said it seems weird. We got a president that's quiet and working.
Oh yeah, I'm feeling the flow right now. I am feeling the flow right now.
I mean, he's like actually doing his job, and you know,
yeah.
This is a new thing.
He's actually in the White House. He's living there, and You know, his family's there, and yeah.
He's not out playing golf 300 days out of the year. Yeah.
Yeah. But did y'all hear about that little girl that was found walking in the streets of New York? Do y'all know if somebody found her family?
What happened?
There was a 4-year-old girl who was just roaming around the street of New York, and somebody found her and they took her to some authorities. Hold on, let me show y'all real quick. Let me show y'all real quick this story. Okay, let me click play. Oh, here we go with the commercials. I hate when they do that.
Oh, it's one of them commercials you can't fast forward. I hate them.
Me too.
Man, I'll try to get it back, but let me see if they 4-year-old lost. But yeah, it was like right in New York, a 4-year-old girl. It was nighttime too, late at night, and they had put her picture everywhere, and nobody claimed the girl. Nobody came to police. Nobody reported a child missing. Nothing, and I'm like, how this happened?
You know, that happened a long time ago too. I remember watching maybe about back when Oprah wasn't so, mainstream. I remember her having a girl on her show that was like, she didn't really know how old she was. She guessed that I think they just gave her an age and a birthday. And it was a little black girl, and she was wandering around at the subway station in New York, and she's never found out who her family is. Somebody adopted her, but she doesn't know who she is.
Okay, here it is right here. It's no sound. It's no sound. Just watch the video, and then I'm going to read you the update. Come on. Oh, great. Now I got to back out again. Okay.
So they never even claimed her?
No, I'm gonna show you the update.
No.
Hold on.
No, and that's why she was on Oprah, because she was hoping somebody would see it and reach out and tell her who she was.
See this? There's a grown person right there.
Okay.
And there's the little kid. There's a little kid.
No mask or nothing.
But I'm saying because the kid is just walking by themselves.
Right. And somebody called authorities because it was late at night. And so, as you can see, they're like trying to tell the girl, come on, girl probably scared, just follow them because it's dark.
They wouldn't have seen that child. It don't look like they got a coat on.
Exactly. But it looks like there has been some developing news, because this was posted on like the end of February. And so now, you guys see it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So now they're saying police arrested a woman who allegedly abandoned the 4-year-old on New York City street corner. And that's a picture of the little girl. That's a picture of the little girl. And they saying police have arrested a woman in connection with that case. She was apparently abandoned. Police spokesperson confirms to people that Sadiqa Abdul Salam, 32-year-old, was arrested Monday and charged with abandonment of a child. The relationship between the girl and the suspect was not immediately clear. It was not immediately clear if Salam had entered a plea or retained an attorney. This was just on the 3rd, so a couple of days ago. But yeah, the police it was national. It was like worldwide. Nobody knew who this child was. Nobody was coming forward saying they lost a child.
Well, whatever happened to, I know back in the day, it used to be a safety thing. I know it's usually for babies, but you take them to the fire station, or you take them, something like that, instead of a street, a busy. I mean, it doesn't look busy, but still, it's the street.
Well, see, the thing with Safe Haven here in Nebraska, it got out of control. They was driving teenagers here. there was one lady that drove her teenager here from Atlanta.
Because it was only so
that
many.
child getting on my nerves, you can have them.
It was only so many. It was only so many states who allowed it. So people were driving from out of town, like grandparents whose children had left their children with them. Once the children got older, you know.
It was the way they
There
worded
was no age limit on it.
Well, it was
Not at the
like
time,
how many
but
said
they
it was the way
changed
they
it.
worded it.
Okay.
They changed it now because before it wasn't an age limit. I mean, there was people bringing 16 and 17-year-olds. But now,
like they about to graduate from high school, like you were saying about the
but
married
now
couple.
I think it's like now
Might as well
I
say it
think
again.
the age limit is too low because now they saying like 2 and 3 days. I'm like, no, people need a little
That's
bit
too
longer
short.
than that.
Yeah, that's too low. That's too low.
But I am so heartbroken just because why are we doing this to our children?
I know.
Why are we
And
doing
it
this to our
makes
children?
me sad too because there's so many people out there that couldn't have kids that
Right.
want kids, and people who can have them sometimes don't want them.
Right. If you're not gonna do right by your child, take them to social services. But these people, I'm gonna tell you, a lot of them are so ignorant and so selfish. They're using these babies for checks and for Medicare and for food stamps. They're using them to see what they can gain. And these kids are the ones who are suffering. And it's sad. We need to do better. And I mean, the sad
This
reality.
woman left her daughter on the corner in the Bronx. On the corner.
Yeah, she could have dropped it off
But
at the
I'm
police
saying-
station, anything.
Exactly. But I'm saying this too. We all know, and every single one of us got a friend, a cousin, an auntie, somebody in our family that we know don't need to be with their kids or is probably doing their kids wrong. And we don't say a damn word.
Well, you know, it's funny you should say that because I have a cousin that was in a situation, and it was like I kept telling my mom, I was like, it feels, I don't know, I just keep feeling like I need to step in, but then, you know, and see if maybe I could get custody of the little girl, because she was like a baby, and my baby was maybe like 5 or something like that. So my mom was just kind of like, you know, and it made sense after I thought about what she said. She was like, you need to stay out of it. It's messy. She not gonna do right. It'll be like you'll get it, she'll want to come back and get it, and it's just gonna be a mess. So I'm like, well, I guess you're right. But yeah, it's like sometimes you want to get involved with the family stuff, but then you know your family too.
Yeah. But I mean, you know, we have to start stepping up because we are losing too many of our kids, especially our little black kids. They are being taken, they're being molested, they're being abused. And if we can do for them, if we can help them, then that's what we should be doing as family. And I don't mean just blood family or family married in. We, especially as black people, we need to get back to all being family. We need to start taking care of each other again, because that's where the fallout is. And that's how they are able to continue to do us wrong, because we do not stand united.
Well, in this situation, her grandmother ended up getting custody. So the child was taken out of the home. But it's just like in some situations, especially with family, you just don't know when to go there and when not, you know what I'm saying? And when you got that
I mean, and
messy
that could have
family,
been, I would have, you know, for me, I kind of would have just pulled her to the side, be like, hey, everything okay? You need me to help? Can I?
she ain't that type.
Oh,
you gonna get cussed out for asking her if she needed help.
I need to know if Keisha in the chat, because I just realized she hit me up and said she was coming over to the Korean nib to jump on the screen with me. But then I try to call her back and she not answering, so I don't know if she's coming to the house or not. Because if so, I would have to relocate my computer and my everything, which won't be a problem.
Get on her phone?
I done called her and text her,
No, I'm saying she can get on the screen
No,
on her
she actually
phone.
wants to come over. Yeah, she can get on the screen, but she actually wants to come
Oh,
over.
oh okay.
So, but I called and texted her back. She ain't said nothing. She ain't responded. So, Keisha, if you out there anywhere, Keisha, call me. Because all I would have to do is unplug from where I'm at and take the laptop in the other room, and it ain't no big deal. But anywho, Tone, what is you doing? Can we take some shots? Can we please?
All right. I got my shot drink
Okay,
good.
okay. Hold on. Shots. Okay,
Yeah,
here
go
we go.
ahead. I'm still cracking crab legs.
Well, take you a shot of whatever you're drinking. Juice, water. Okay, we gonna take a shot to. I'm gonna let Mel. This time you choose what we taking a shot to.
Prosperity.
All
There you
right.
go.
All right. Hopefully my new house will be part of that.
Right.
Ooh. My lip had a hole in it.
That Mountain Dew.
My lip had a hole in it. Ooh, Jesus. Ooh.
Oh, you a dribbler.
I'm woke now. If I wasn't before.
Look, I just got that warm and fuzzy feeling on the inside.
Ooh, I mean, like all of me.
You a dribbler, you warm and fuzzy. What you doing? Ooh. Tone, what you laughing at? I'm just saying. I'm just repeating what they said.
That warm and fuzzy.
Warm and fuzzy.
No, you know how that shot, like,
it
man,
wasn't thick though, was it? It wasn't thick, was it?
I normally chase my liquor, so that when those shots be like, oh God, it burns.
Oh,
yeah,
if it burn, you need to leave it alone. That means they need a shot.
You know what? Now here's my blended drink, so I'm gonna just chase it down real quick.
Yeah,
I'm just saying.
It's Tone laughing at us.
But you know what? I
Penicillin or
didn't mix dark and light. So if I get acting crazy, just cut me
I done
off.
gave many of them shots in the ass, and I made sure I made them hurt for them.
Now hold on, Mel. How you gonna tell us?
So they be memorable.
If you get too tipsy to just knock you off the line, do you know how many times I've been too tipsy on here and ain't nobody said shit? What I do? I watched the show the next day and be like, oh shit, I was slurring and everything, and ain't nobody said nothing.
Hey, I wanted them to make sure they learned a lesson. So
look, I started out with Hennessy, Coke, and then I just had Patron. I didn't mix dark and light, so it's gonna be a good time over here.
I don't work there no more.
Oh, yo, boy.
Oh, you keep freezing up.
I don't want to be nowhere near where you was at.
They look, but you know what's crazy? The patients love me.
Okay.
They love me.
No, I seen this one video I had did, and we was on here for like 4 hours, and I was just toe back, man. And I mean, just a slurring and all like this, and ain't nobody said nothing. I watched the replay. I was like, edit, cut, clip.
Oh, we said stuff to you. You just ignored us.
No, y'all ain't never said nothing like, Tanya, you all right over there? Tanya, you need some water?
That's why I said just boot me out, kick me off the screen.
You need some crackers or something. So
no, I'm good.
She said, take your shot of water, pregnant. Oh, when you having your baby?
Congratulations. You got a new little blessing coming.
Oh, yes, abundant prosperity.
That's right.
I got a new, I be saying my baby. That ain't my baby. That's my son's baby.
That's your baby.
I'll be like, how my baby doing? When my baby gonna be here? Have y'all take my baby to the hospital? Could you put my baby on the phone? Could you get my baby a kiss? My son be like, yes, mom. Yes.
Katie, when did your baby do?
In May.
Oh,
you know Katie. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Cam, what you want? That's my dang child harassing me. Hold on.
Talk about?
Let me let my child in. Karen, what you want? I'm live. What you want to say hi to?
Hey, Bam.
It's the Bamsters.
The one and only.
He talking about the one and only. He's so arrogant.
I wonder where he got
called
that
confidence.
from.
It's called confidence.
You ain't gotta tell me.
This my baby. This my baby.
Aww.
I used to tell folks I ain't conceded, I'm convinced.
Y'all see all this hair on his face, y'all?
Oh, my mask was
Hey,
holding
how
down
old
that
is
word.
he now, Q?
I got more.
Let's show them the way, son. Show them the way
of
so they get
course.
sick.
Oh, yeah.
I'm getting. Oh, damn, I'm getting seasick.
Ooh.
Uh-huh. Y'all get
That's the
seasick
baby.
yet?
That's baby boy, right?
That's the baby.
Yeah, yeah.
Really?
This the baby.
Some nausea, man.
He said he got some good energy today.
Okay.
He been
I
trying to help me
remember
find a
when
house. He be house
Okay.
hunting for me. We trying to buy a house, so he be like, Mom, check this one out. Mom. He be at work, sending me text messages. Mom, check this house out.
Is this the one that just had the birthday?
Yep, he just had a birthday.
Oh,
Happy
y'all want,
belated.
y'all want my cash app?
Boy, your birthday the past. Your
Look,
birthday
I ain't
gone.
mad at
Wait, hold the hell up. I know you are not talking.
But
It'd be her birthday the whole
I
month.
know.
It
Thank
was my
you.
birthday the whole month.
Thank
Now,
you.
who designated that?
The whole month.
Kept talking about
That's
today my
how I
birthday.
do it.
My birthday. Today my birthday. No, your birthday was 3 weeks ago. Shut up.
And then she be talking stuff. It be like, my birthday in December, it be like January 10th. I'm like, it's still my birthday. Mama, is not your doggone birthday. Sat down somewhere.
Look,
Now,
my birthday is April 1st through April 30th. I
thank
accept
you.
all
I
gifts.
do the same thing. Me too.
See, my birthday be having a leap month. It just keep going and going until the next month.
Oh.
She said she is due.
Ooh.
Oh, April 29th. That's around the time my baby, well, my son's baby is due.
Uh-oh.
April babies are
April-
special.
I know, tell her.
We are. That's a diamond baby. That's a no
right.
baby.
That
We
is
are
exactly
diamond
right.
baby.
Hit her up and ask her, do she want you to pick her up?
Is this your first, Katie?
It's dark. A toast and a cheers to the extinction of hair weaving. Don't you be talking about our hair weaving. Hold on, let me tell you something. Don't you be talking about my hair.
I can't stand him. He just be coming out of nowhere with that shit.
Nah, 402. Jump on the stream, 402. Jump on the stream.
I had to get on my old bootleg laptop. That's what I had to do. My phone was
He's trying to
pissing
get
me
me to
off.
get rid of my hair.
No, sis, don't do it. Don't do it.
Katie, is this Katie's first baby?
She said, "Sure, yes, my baby got some ways for you, boy." And that's all he do is walk around the house doing this
And
all day
how old
long.
is he now?
20.
Because I remember when he wasn't existed.
Right.
Boy,
right.
he
You
using the
remember
hell out of
Pup.
that Murray's, ain't he?
You
He
remember
using
Pup, the
Murray's.
oldest one.
Exactly. Because I grew up with Puff Daddy.
Yes.
Look,
Yes.
Is he using Murray's or he using Sporting Waves?
You know, I don't know. I don't know. What you say,
Oh, he
Cal?
got it. He got it smooth though.
They said, what you using your hair, Cal? They said, happy belated birthday.
What do you say? Juices and berries.
Yes, I am excited about my
Did anybody watch that movie today? I did.
What is it gonna
Well,
be?
that ain't never the watch party.
Yeah,
I'm about to go watch it as soon as I'm done with y'all.
You talking about Coming to America Part 2?
Yeah,
my
I
wife
like
had to watch it while I was
I'm
passed
gonna watch
out.
it. Yeah, I'm gonna watch it after we get done with here. I'm gonna watch it after.
You too?
I don't know. I don't
'Cause
like
it's
when they
funny.
do sequels.
It's you know
See.
what? It's not.
See.
It's a sequel because you know it's continued from the first movie, but it's more of. It's hard to explain. It's not what you think. It's not going to be what you're expecting.
Well, I've
But
heard
it's-
mixed reviews. Some people said it was good because I know Deanna said it was good, and then I've heard other people say they were disappointed. So
Well, let me show
So
y'all
what
real
you
quick.
think,
He
Nephew?
came back in here
You
with
talking
all
about
his
everybody else? What you think?
I think it's good. I mean, it wasn't as funny as the first one, but I mean, it was very star-studded,
Okay.
and it was fun, and
That's
it
what's
was fun,
up.
and then it had some funny parts.
Cause
All
I
right, let me
told
show y'all
you.
real quick what this boy.
Congratulations, Katie.
Let me show y'all
Now
real
we
quick
talk.
what he used for his hair. So somebody
He
asked.
about to try that
So
for
it ain't
sure.
nothing much. You know, I just got some little hair, regular shampoo, 360
Ooh, he
Okay.
got
that's
the
the
old
grease.
school
That's the
joint.
grease to hold the hair down.
Pomade.
That's the old school. What you know about that? That's
Oh, now
360.
that shea moisture,
Then you
that's
got that for
that's
for the natural curls. You
And
know,
then he washed his hair with this.
it's that Bath and Body.
what Dawn soap. Oh.
No, Bath and Body.
The juices and beers. Boy, ain't nobody else
I'm
part.
about to say, I'm sorry. It was we used Joy, the lemon scented Joy. Mm-hmm.
Well,
Hey, they looking at it too.
he
Let me
used
tell
the
you,
he used
Look,
the
they
bourbon.
owe him.
all this. You need to really
Y'all
quit.
can't have my
You should
secrets.
really quit.
They owe him
I
a
did.
check.
My
That's
mama
free
did
advertising.
sometime. Hey,
He used the Bath
it
and
was
Body
rough.
bourbon.
We was
He
broke.
washed his
That's
hair
what's
with Bath
up.
and Body.
And they owe him
That
a
nigga
check.
smooth though. He got his swab. Just
Yeah,
don't
he
use
been
no
working
Gorilla
on
Glue.
ways for a minute.
Just,
They all.
just don't use no Gorilla Glue though, nephew. Just don't
He
use no
said, "Don't
Gorilla
use
Glue.
no Gorilla Glue."
Oh
Hell no.
But that's
Katie
a
said,
whole
"That's
nother
her
story.
first."
I'm gonna take the dog out.
Yes,
That
please. Thank
woman
you.
can't nobody tell me she didn't do that for clout. Can't nobody tell me she
Anyway,
didn't do that for clout.
I'm
but you
just
know the
glad they
coolest part
finally
about it,
let it rest.
And she's
why she
having a
took,
I'm
little
glad that
girl.
but why she take all that? Oh, you having a granddaughter?
No, this her baby. She having a baby girl.
Who having a baby?
but Tanya, you having a girl
Katie.
too, though, ain't you?
No, we
Yeah.
having a boy.
You having a
Oh, I
boy?
thought you were having a girl.
You
No.
still
I'm
ain't
saying,
getting a
I ain't
girl?
gotta get into it. I don't know if it now. If it's some more kids coming from this way, the
I
creator
think
said he ain't done with me, Jake.
Look, let me
I
tell you
think
what my daddy said. So when my daddy he told me when I was pregnant with my son, I showed him a picture. I said, "Look, Daddy, you finally got a boy," because he said, "I got a mama, I got 5 sisters, I got a wife, 2 daughters, and a granddaughter." So
Oh
when I
wow.
showed him the ultrasound, yeah. So when I showed him the ultrasound, I said, "Look, Daddy, it's a boy." Now you got to know my daddy. He was like, "Hell, that could be a tampon in the way. I just have to wait till he born."
That's childish to the
My daddy
utmost.
well,
is
All the
so
child.
fit.
well, I don't care what
That's
we get,
childish.
but I did want a little girl because
But he was damn
I ain't have a
sure
little girl.
sincere though.
So are y'all
He
a
was just as
predominantly
serious as
boy
Scooter Brown.
family?
And
Yes.
oh my God, the day my son was born, that man stood in front of that nursery with the biggest smile. Him
I
and
know
my
that.
grandfather just pointing, I mean, they were just so happy.
They've been
Mm.
around all that divine feminine energy. I mean, I understand trust to be
Oh,
around
no,
a wife
they
and
had
4 daughters.
hell, my daddy got 4 brothers too. It was 10 of them. It
Mhm.
wasn't
And
just
I'm
the
the youngest
female.
of 5 brothers.
No, my
That's how
dad
our
is the
family
third
is.
of
It's
10
mostly
kids.
guys.
That's
He was the
wow.
third
That's
of
heavy.
10
Well,
kids.
I'm
So
the
shit.
only girl. I got 3 brothers. But
It
Oh
was
then
yeah,
I'm
like
so
the
you
two
only
boys and
girl.
5
oh yeah.
girls.
I'm the only
Overprotected.
girl from my mother, but by my real dad, well, my bio dad, because I have a stepdad, but by my bio dad, I got a sister, and 2 brothers. But as far as like just in our household, I was the only girl, and I had 2 brothers. But yeah, it's mainly guys in our family, and then on top of that, the one who's having the baby, his dad got 4 boys and no girls. So
Wow.
he kind of expected that he would have a boy. I was just praying for a little girl, but
Cause sometimes it'll flip flop. Cause like my family was like, I told you I come from a big family. I got like 55 first cousins, and out of 55,
I know that's
I would
right.
say probably like 39 of them are boys, and the rest are girls. But the thing
Ooh, they was
is,
working.
the next generation has been the opposite. Cause like it was me and 3
Yeah,
brothers, but now
yeah.
my dad and them have 3 granddaughters and no grandsons.
It does.
So
Yeah, I know what you're saying. They do that because, like, with my cousins, when we were
They
all
was
born,
working.
it's 17 grandkids. Well, there were 17 grandkids.
them
Jimmy died.
boys
Whoa.
was swimming like this. Them little
And
No.
other
Somebody
like,
was listening to
Out of
Clarence
those
Carter a whole
17,
lot.
but look,
They
out
was
of them
stroking.
17 grandkids, only 5 of us was girls.
thank you,
Yeah, it's
Katie.
like
5 girls.
the boys take
Thank you.
over.
Thank you,
They
Katie, and
did.
congratulations to
But
your
then,
baby
like
girl.
you said, when we started having kids, it was we had a shit ton of girls. And now
Mhm.
those kids is having babies. Now they having boys. So it
Right.
like skips generation.
Yeah, my
Well, I
So
think I'm
granddaughter
gonna get
had
my
this
girl
Sunday.
through my other son. That's why I think I'm gonna get my first girl.
My
Well,
granddaughter
I have
did
Because
Sunday.
his dad
two
got
other
2
brothers.
girls.
I have 2 other brothers, and one probably won't have any kids, but we kind of hoping with the other one. Maybe we'll get a girl because they almost 40 though, but you know, with men it don't matter.
Right,
But
right.
Well,
See,
shit, they can have
there you
kids till
go.
they 90.
They had kids till they 90.
I know
right,
that's
Hugh Hefner.
I know
yeah.
Girl,
that's
him
right.
and Larry King.
I don't know.
What
I'm
Larry
taking
King
my
had
one little
kids
one
at an
more.
old age?
Mhm.
Yeah.
What? How old
I
was he
know.
when he had his last one?
Larry King, I think he
Yeah,
I want to say he was like 78 when he had his last one.
Let me
and he
see.
lived to
Dr.
be
Si-
what 110?
shit,
Damn
Dr.
near.
Sebi was about that age when he had his youngest before he died. He's about 85 for the year. That man, I think his youngest was like about what, maybe 4, maybe. Dr. Sebi had just had one. I think his youngest was like 2 years old before
Oh,
he
see,
died.
that's ridiculous.
Dr.
Now, let's be
Savion, he
honest.
can have them after he dead, because he's a miracle worker.
Mm-mm.
Hey,
Now, let's be
He
honest,
hey,
probably
y'all.
still having
How
kids.
old is too old to have a baby?
He
Let's
got
be honest. How
frozen
old is too
sperm.
old to
He got
have a
frozen
baby?
sperm.
hey, that old man told you, he said, look, he said, I'm gonna take the rest of my days and smoke my herb on the beach and make babies.
He got his sperm frozen in a turkey baster somewhere.
Something, because that I'm trying
Yeah,
to
he
tell. I
probably still
just
having
told
kids
you.
right now.
How old is too old to have a baby, y'all?
For a
Well,
man
when
or
it
a
comes to
woman?
me, 30, 35 to me for women.
See,
But that's just for me.
For men or
that's
women?
Well,
me
I
personally. I'm gonna be honest with
didn't
you.
have my first one until after I turned 35. So that was the first and the last.
Yeah, see, you started late, yeah. And see, I thought I was gonna make it to
I was
50
a
to
late
be a
bloomer.
grandparent. I thought I was gonna make it to 50 to be a grandparent, but you know, my oldest, you know, which I'm not upset. My grandbaby be 2 this year. She'll be here Sunday, in fact. So she gonna come
Yeah, I
over
want to
here
be a
and spend time
grandparent
with
at
me
50,
and
not a
Papa.
parent. Not a
Right.
parent of a new child. I want to be a grandparent of a new child at 50, not a parent of a new
See,
child.
because like when I went to my class reunion, check this out. I went to my class reunion, and this was my first class reunion, and my son was 2, and everybody was like, "Oh, you started late. Your baby all young," because they kids was 10 and 11 and 12, and I'm like, "No, I didn't start late. You started early."
Right. Because my best friend that I graduated with, her son is 25 and my child is 10.
That's what
Well,
I'm
I
saying.
know when we was
I'm
in
like, I was 25 when I had my first child.
I
I'm
was
like, I have got,
23.
and I'm not trying to knock people who had, who were teenagers and stuff who had kids. That's not what I'm doing. But I was able to go party and to travel and to, when I wanted to get up and just go somewhere, shit, I got up and I went. I didn't have to drag, while they was at home. Most of them, some of them was still partying too. But,
Well, I told y'all the story how I told y'all the story how I was in the street so much that when I had my first baby, the first time I tried to go out, I forgot I had a baby.
The devil
I
is
ain't even lying. I ain't even lying.
Well,
Hey, Tone, you remember that?
You ain't used to them yet, so.
But Tone, you remember that house on Burdette?
Yeah, I try not to
Remember
go
when
to
we all
that
stayed
area
on
too
Burdette?
much. I remember
It
y'all
was
stayed up
like,
there. I try not to go over there too many times.
man, we was deep over there. That's where I had my son over there. And one night they was like, man, Tony, you ain't been out of the grill. Let's go out. Man, we was going out. I was dressed, hair laid, just ooh. And I was just so ready. Walked out the door. They said, so who babysit? I'm like, huh? Who babysit? I'm like, oh, shh. But that's how much I was out in the streets. And like I always say, I thank God for my first son because he is literally the reason why I stopped hanging in the streets. And when I say hanging in the streets, I don't mean going out. I mean out there doing shit I wasn't supposed to be doing. Like hanging with the wrong people, rolling with the wrong people, fighting. I mean, it just, I ain't even gonna say everything, but you know, but yeah, when he came along, it was like I never forget. One time he was like 5 months old, and somebody hit me up at like 1 a.m. Man, let's ride. I'm like, oh damn, it's about to go down. I got home, and I just was like, man, God, thank you for letting me get home because it was really sketchy that night. Cops everywhere, taking people in. And I was like, if you get me home, I promise I'll never hit the streets again. And I kept my promise. I never hit the streets again. Because I'm like, man, I got 5 months old at home, and I don't even know if I'm going to make it home tonight. So, yeah, my son saved me, like, literally.
See, it wasn't necessarily me doing shit, but it was people that I knew and people I associated with and people I hung with. And I, you know, when it came to my kids, I was like, you know, at first, no, I take that back. When I had my son, I was still kind of hanging with them same people. My baby would be there with me.
Same here.
But when I had my second,
right,
you know, I was
more. She used to bring Popo over to the house too.
He told to tell you, that's my bro. That's my bro. My brother from a different mister.
That's not necessarily late.
My son was everywhere.
That's the perfect time. You've had, like I said, you've had time to mature. You've had time to travel, to party, to, you know, to do all of those things. So, you know, people saying, "Oh, that's late." That, you know, and you still have time to interact with your child, you know, to be.
See, I wasn't planning on having any. Okay, I wasn't planning on having any. I know. I was like, I mean, I would see people having kids left and right. I'm like, oh. And then it was bad. It was horrible. Like, oh my God, you let your child talk to you like that? Oh my God. I was like, to their kids, like, you ain't gonna talk to me like that. I mean, baby kids, Tone, we ain't even got to get into it, but you know, I'm like, everybody in these bad kids, and I'm like, I don't want no kids. So, and I was out in the streets doing what I want to do, smoking, drinking, just doing whatever I wanted to do. So when I got pregnant, I was like, I was horrified when I got pregnant. And then, so like, I was still in that mentality. Once I had my baby, I was in that mentality, like, back to the streets I go. You know, so he really, yeah, he was a gift from God, literally.
Well, Katie got something in common with me. She said she's 36 now, and she having her first one. I had my first one 10 days before I turned 36. And my thing was, I had, I tease now because people be like, you don't do that no more, because I always just do a lot of traveling, and, you know, I did my share of partying and moving around because I done lived in like 6 different states. So by the time I had her, I was like, well, shit, I did everything I was grown enough to do. I ain't got shit to do for the next 18 years but raise up.
And 36 ain't bad. I say 35, but 36 ain't bad. Now, for me, I was just like, well, after I had that one, I definitely don't want him to be alone. So I'm going to have another one. So I wanted him to be not in the Pampers together. So I waited 4 years.
I got a question.
I was too old to have another one, and I had a hard time with that one.
When I found out I was pregnant with my daughter, I bullshit you not. I was joking with my sister the night before because I was talking to her on the phone, and I said, "Oh, girl, when I put my nightgown on, my titties was tingling." I was like, "Ooh," and she was like, "Bitch, I gotta tell y'all the story, but that's how it happened."
Okay.
And so she was like, "Bitch, you better go to work tomorrow and pee on that stick." So we was laughing, right? We was joking. So my thing was, I go to work and I grab one of the pregnancy tests, and I was like, I'm gonna pee on it and take a picture and send it to her, and, you know, laugh and blah. I hadn't even finished pissing, and them 2 lines popped up. I walked out there. I was crying. I stood in the middle of that lab and just started bawling. everybody was like, "Yay, congratulations!" And I was like, "What the hell is wrong with y'all?"
And that's how people be. That's how people be.
I mean, don't get me wrong, my baby, she is a blessing. But I used to call her. I used to call her my Britney Spears baby. My oops, I did it again.
What was you gonna ask Tone? Tone wanted to ask.
I have two, but there's, I mean, hell, I had to literally learn everything over again because there's 8 years between my kids.
See, it's 8, and my mom, it's 8 years between me, and I have a set of twin brothers that are 8 years under me. So she was the same way. She was like, because at first it was just me and my brother, and we're like 2 years apart. So it's like they had 2 sets of kids. And then when she found out she was pregnant again, she was like, I had my girl and my boy. Why in the world did I try again?
I wouldn't try.
Sometimes it ain't about trying, it's about the not trying.
Girl.
But anyway, go ahead, Tone, with your question.
Oh no, I was just going to iterate and was just going to say on what everybody was talking about. But what about those of the folks that wasn't about shit that didn't had all these kids, and they still having kids and they ain't shit, and they just ain't. I just that's all. I ain't trying to ruffle no feathers. I'm about to take me a drink. I'm about to go up in here and get me.
I'm gonna remain silent on that.
I'm like.
You know what I'm talking about? I'm just asking, man. I mean,
you already know. You know what? The thing is, I try not to speak negative about him in front of my kids.
Really, sis?
And I don't speak I try not to speak about him. Period.
No, I was just saying. I was just asking. I mean, that's just because, and that's not a general assumption, but that's reality. Because see, I deal with a lot of things.
It's like this. It's like this. Some people have children and they mature them. Like my son, literally, Tone. We hung back then. I wasn't like the worst person out there, but I like to hang out.
Right.
And
we all had issues.
I used to get in the shit. Okay, but he literally made me mature. Like, and then like I said, okay, if I'm gonna get this shit out the way, okay, let me just have one more so he can have a friend, And I didn't want him to be in Pampers at the same time and on bottles, so I said I'll spread it out 4 years. That's close enough. They can play together. So that's what I did. I got the shit out the way. I was like, okay, if I'm gonna have kids, I'm gonna have 2 boys and that's it. And thank God I had 2 boys. Right. I had exactly what I wanted. But I mean, they literally like matured me, and it be times, how it be times where you just be like, want to snap on a bitch, and like you be out there like, what you say? You sometimes
I got more immature.
When I got way more immature. I mean, I remember times where you could step on my foot before I'm trying to go upside your head. Like, okay, if somebody call and say, man, I got into it with this girl. I'm cousins, friends, sisters, brothers, boy cousins. It didn't matter. Where y'all at? And once
my kids will tell you when I go places, they say, Mom, you need adult supervision when you go places.
Nah, my sons used to try to catch me on World Star. They used to try to put me on World Star. Like, one day we gonna catch you, Mama. We gonna nope.
I didn't really change. I always been.
Do that shit even exist anymore?
I don't know, but it did. The last time I got into it with a female, they tried to put me. Remember that time I told y'all? Remember that time I told y'all I jumped in a fight with my oldest son?
I kind of remember that.
Thank God cell phones weren't really like, people weren't really like uploading stuff and stuff like that. Yeah.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Oh, he had got jumped. He got jumped right in front of me. And so I like any parent would, I jumped in.
Damn right.
I don't mind to jump my child.
Your kid ain't making it home on site. I'm gonna call your punk ass, let you know your child is out here.
It wasn't the first boy. It was the first boy I fought, and it probably won't be the last. But yeah, and then like after it was all said and done, the people was trying to send the boys home because it was like a boys center or something. I said, no, call their mama and their daddy because I'm about to call my son's daddy. His dad AD.
Yeah, that's my guy from back in the day. That's my Park Soldier right there. But anyway,
OG, triple OG, Crip.
yeah. You know my dude. He know who I am, though. You know, we all family. Like I said, he my Park
Everybody
before
knew
he was
him. Like when we met, he was straight out the pen. Okay, so when we met, he was out the pen a good 3 months. When we met,
Oh,
and
you was getting
served
that
a
jail
lot of
dick.
time. So it was like I'm gonna call my
You was
son
getting that.
daddy too. Sure, but
Look, she said he was straight out the pen. You was trying to get that pen dick. That's what you trying to get.
You're doing too much, girl.
Girl, no.
Them good daddy strokes. Yes, daddy.
So, see, the thing was, when we first started talking, he was out the pen when we first started. People just don't. Hey, I just go. It was like it came along with us getting to know each other. So, but by then, I was like,
you were already.
everybody I hung around was in and out of jail all the time. Everybody, shoot, the last dude I dated in high school. No, my dude, when I was 19, he went to the pen for 15 years for slanging. So it was like everybody I hung. They was doing something. Remember them hotels on Dodge Street?
You know what? You know what's funny too that you said
remember the
that.
hotels on Dodge Street, Tom?
Yeah, the travel in. The travel in. My cousin used to. Yeah, he used to. Well, I don't know if y'all remember, but y'all might know about that. But he got. My cousin got he got 99 years or 90 years behind shooting the old man down there at Big Jim's on 30th and Ames. I don't know if y'all heard about that. About a couple years back, he had even the old dude didn't even want to press charges against him because he knew him. And he knew.
I think I remember that.
Oh, I kind of remember that.
Yeah.
My cousin in Kansas City, Casey Ryan. He did 14 and a half for robbery. Back then, he had robbed Creighton Federal Union right there on Dodge. He had robbed 3 banks within an hour. He had hit First National. Yeah, no, real talk. He had hit first. This is national news. He had hit First National on 48. Then he had hit American National on 31st and Ames. Then he had hit Creighton Federal Credit Union right there on Dodge Street. Real talk.
So
okay, now hold on.
How did they catch him?
Well, I ain't
like they identified him right
I'm gonna say this because I know I'm on YouTube, but
yeah.
No. On the strength, it was. Unfortunately, it was. I don't know directly which family member it was, but it was.
Somebody said something.
Gotcha.
So, and basically, their thing was that I'd rather see my cousin alive and locked down than
and they would shoot down a bank robber. They would shoot them down, no questions asked.
Right. My kinfolk, he was robbed, but with that,
I've always heard they'll put you up under the jail for stealing, but when it comes to killing, especially if you kill somebody look like you, they don't care.
Yeah, but I mean, he didn't kill the old man. The old man got paralyzed. It's just the fact that what made the judges and them pissed off was the fact that the old man was that I don't want to press charges. I mean, I know, it wasn't him, but he got the ramping and talking that jive, crazy shit, and the judge said, "Oh, really? Okay, 90 plus since you don't know."
Oh, so that's a long time.
It's like, no, he done. He just did 15 years. The last time I seen him, I was in Omaha. I was living in Omaha for that year, 2016, 2017. He saw me at 4 Aces on 30th. No bullshit. And he took me home. I was staying over on 30th and Arcadia with my big brother Reese. And real talk, that was the last time I seen him. And then when I went home here this past Father's Day in June 2020, my cousin had broke everything down to me about what had happened. I was wondering why, I couldn't get a hold of him. That whole time he'd been up in Tecumseh.
Damn. Wow. Now I got a question, and let's keep it real. Let's keep it 100. So somebody go to jail for 14 years, 15 years. You come out. Why would you go back? Why would you do something that's going to make you go back and lose your freedom?
You know what that was? And you know what? If my big cousin Deuce is, I mean, I know he ain't tripping because he know what it is. You know what I'm saying? He know I'm the truthful one out the family.
And I ain't even just talking about him. I'm just saying.
But it's just general. Ain't too many
if it don't phase them when they in there, what is it to go back? I know a lot of folks that go back.
Hey, that dope will get to you. The same shit that you damn near got rich off will be the same shit that went.
No, let me tell you, for real, Tom, when you say that, the person that I'm saying, and I'm not even gonna say their name, we Facebook friends and everything, and used to mess around back in the day. He did 14 years, he got out, and he went right back for the same thing, like the same exact thing.
Yeah.
Shame on it.
Because when they get out, they give them like $100 or something, and they give them a bus pass.
And all they know is what they know.
Do what you know. You know, basically
do what you gotta do.
Get out there, and I mean, and then they ain't getting no jobs. There's like you can't find nowhere to live. You can't find. I mean, I don't judge or blame them for that, and it's easy to say, well, why would you go back to slanging?
Yeah.
But it's like some of these people get out of jail and they have nothing, and then their family don't want to have shit to do with them.
And that's the bad part. And see, that's I'm glad you spoke on that, because see, this is where we fuck up at as our people. We don't man, you know what? That's at the end of the day, honestly, and I hope none of us take this personal, but that's why we getting our ass kicked on all levels. Cause we ain't got no goddamn unity whatsoever. Period.
Yep.
Y'all can talk your ass off till you turn blue. I can give a rat's ass. I can give a shit if the world is watching this. If they don't like it, fuck them too. If they can't deal with it. I'm just telling you the truth on what the Most High loves and what He created and wrote and inscribed in tablets, in the books, the stones, and the papyrus, and rice paper, whatever the hell He wrote on. I don't give a damn.
He said rice paper.
Rice paper.
No, that's what they wrote on back in the early 1900s. So it's like, I mean, I'm just saying though, man. See, here's the thing: we don't support one another. That's why we don't. That's why we can't. That's why we all can't play Uno with nickels and quarters and no. We didn't fail from playing Uno with dollars to playing Uno with pennies. It used to be I used to see grown-ups playing Uno with dollars. So imagine a spade game. They had $10, $20, $100.
I ain't never played Uno for money,
girl.
Anyway, as I was saying, I'm trying to tell you.
He just goes zoom past me.
That's why people don't. That's why everybody, we the laughing stock. We the laughing stock of everything, because we don't support another on nothing.
Of all the races, we are the laughing stock. Like I see it all the time. The Puerto Ricans, the Asians,
we have no unity.
The Mexicans,
we have no unity.
Y'all really want to know why? I mean, I'm just gonna keep it 500 with you. You know what the problem is? The problem is the lack
crabs in the barrel. What they call it? Crabs in the what? The
crab in the barrel mentality.
It's the lack of education. My mother was an educator as well as a nurse. She was also a teacher. So, real talk, she taught at Metro for years. So it was like, honestly, that is the problem. It's the lack of education. Education of what? Educated on being on self-love, educated on what to do right, educated, all that. And it all started from where? It just didn't start because you pick up a bad habit. You know what habits are? Habits are what you call habits are like a trained like a process, a training, a habit, right? You consistently do something. What it is, a habit is what? It's repetitive.
Repetitive.
So the problem is that it's repetitive, that we have the lack of respect for one another is repetitive. Oh, fuck her. She ain't shit. That bitch think she all that. She think cause she got on them old raggedy ass little red bottom. She think that ain't shit. She think she all that. Her house got more roaches than I got termites. Oh, that nigga know he ain't shit. That nigga.
A whole lot of hate.
Do you see what I'm saying? Oh, well, you know what? And let me tell you, I'm about to even go there with this real quick. Oh. That's them Baptist niggas over there. I don't fuck with them over there, man. Y'all know we Kojic over there. Well, shit, I don't deal with them niggas over there.
We Pentecostal over here. You know,
They always on TV. They always over there on TV 5-6 days a week, shouting, hollering, hooping. I don't deal with them. Well, at least they ain't worried about y'all punk broke ass over here. Y'all got 5 members and all family members, and got one. y'all sharing one room at the local crap house and got a church upstairs. Get out of here with the all kinds.
It's just the crap house with a church.
Hey, you talking about our church back in the day?
Like I said, the problem is it's too much confusing. It's too much hate, too much bullshit. Everybody got an issue with everybody. Well, you shop at Fields. So what, nigga? I get my shit from Chubbs. Well,
everybody thinks they better than
I go to No Frills. Oh, I go to Hall. I go to Hy-Vee. You don't get no meat from Hy-Vee.
Just keep it real.
Too much judgment. It's too much judgment.
It's
like a lot of people come from the hood and they forget where they come from too. When they come from the hood, they forget where they come from.
I wasn't done. Give me a second.
Okay.
I bought my car from
Please don't say Sonny Gerber.
Sonny Gerber.
You already know I was gonna go. I got my car from Bellevue Chrysler. Yeah, Mark. In fact, in the day, I used to drive my Cadillac from Novak. Y'all don't know nothing about that. And Markel and Huber. Yeah. But what y'all know about Paul and Sonny and Wolf?
Oh, yeah. The father and son. I know. You know Wolfson's is gone.
Of course. You don't know how many millions of dollars he made off the dope boys. And
I know from Sonny and Paul, I got a lemon from each one.
Oh, I believe it. Yeah, it was the same thing.
The shit that they put up there, they couldn't have got away that way down here. I can guarantee you that.
But see, we don't have no limit laws in Nebraska.
That's like I said. No disrespect to them, but them old Jewish cats figured the game out. My daddy used to buy all here. You used to tell them, if you got a limit, you better make it sweet.
Well, you know, when you young and you got a whole transmission or a whole engine go out a few months after you bought your car, it's like, I ain't got no money. What am I gonna do? I had to give the car back. I had to give it back.
I was a smart kid. I watched other people do shit and I learned from them.
Right.
So my uncles, I had an uncle that would buy car after car after car from Sonny Gerber, and I was like, they always breaking down. Why the fuck you keep going back there? I'm like, that's insanity.
Yeah, why did he keep going back?
Girl, if you can figure that shit out, please inform me.
Because I got one from each one, and that was it. Matter of fact, I took my oldest son there. Because y'all know when my sons need cars, I do my best to help them get a ride because I don't like taking nobody nowhere. When you gotta drive your kids, all the kids in the house who play sports all year round, you gotta drive them.
That's heavy, man.
When they got old enough to drive, we getting you a car.
That's back there. Imagine down here, though.
I went to Paul Gerber on 72nd, and they talking about for it was like $1,000 down. You can get this. Man, I looked in there, Tom, and I tell you, you would have thought somebody got shot up in there and bled out all over the seats. And they talking about, I said, well, damn. I said, y'all can't clean the car out. Y'all can't, he said, that'd be another $500 more because we'll have to pay somebody to clean the shampoo the car out. And then I said, are you kidding me? Are you
serious? How about Wayne I ain't even bullshitting. This summer, Wayne came up here and he went over to Paul Gerber. And I said, babe, you don't need to go there. You don't need to go. I don't know. I'm going to just look at this car. I just want to look at it. He's sitting there looking at this damn car. They had turned it on, and I said, no, baby, I don't want you to get that car. Something ain't right about that car. But he walked away from that one. He walked over to the other car. And then he come back to that one. He said, oh, I think I'm going to go ahead and get this one. The man went to turn the key, and the motherfucker wouldn't start up. Even when they jumped it, it wouldn't start up. The man called him, and he said, oh, it was the alternator, but I can knock $1,500 off from you.
And that's
if
what
you
they
don't
do.
hang up on his ass,
When it comes to Paul and Sonny Gerber, if something is wrong with the car, see,
They
most
just
car
knock a
lots,
few
they will
dollars off.
fix the shit up. They will fix it up. They will have it come in. They will do an inspection. They will fix it up. Then they sell it. No, when we went there, they was like, if you want us to fix this or fix that, it's going to be another 1,000, another 1,500. No, that's the stuff you're supposed to do before
Right.
somebody, like,
You
but
know
that's
what?
why it's a buy here, pay here.
but
It's
still,
a
Yeah.
I didn't go
as
card,
is.
but even with other buy here, pay here's, they will bring
Exactly.
the stuff in and inspect it, and they might charge you a little over the top of what it's really worth,
But
but
the
it's
quality
like
is good.
fixed. You ain't gonna
You
walk
know
up
what it
there and
is?
they say the
You know what
transmission
it
broke,
is? I'm gonna tell you what it is, because other places have integrity.
and that's the difference. That's the difference. Like, I'm walking in there and you tell me you need a new engine, but for 5,000 more, we'll fix it for you. No, that ain't
Mm,
how a normal car
No.
did. And I didn't bought like so many
They
cars.
used to dealing with people who didn't have no more options.
Tony
Is that
mhm.
what
Ryan
it
over
is?
there,
Is that what
Right.
it is?
he got that good,
That's
good.
that one hitter quitter.
He about to tap out. I
Right.
was see the dreads flying to the side.
Somebody bring him a ventilator. Shit.
It's time for another
Look,
shot, Tone.
we're gonna have to bring an AED out for bruh in a minute.
I'm about to go take me a shot of my CMO.
All right, Tone. When you get a minute, read that. Somebody said something to you.
You're right about that, soul sis.
Yep.
Because it do take education, empathy, nudge. I'm trying to told y'all, look, man. Here the thing is, when we all, and this is being honest, this is with all of us, because we all lacking something.
Mm-hmm.
But if we all, y'all know how we all love ourselves.
Yeah.
Y'all know how we come on here every Friday and show love to one another.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's a genuine respect, right? It's not like, I wonder who that girl is. Ooh, I wonder who that man is. Is he maybe good? It ain't none of all that. This ain't all that old.
I don't like none of y'all. No, I'm just playing.
But yeah, y'all know what I mean? It's like that.
I know what you mean, baby.
It's love and respect. It's like it's different. It's different attributes of the same energy. The energy is positive, right?
Yeah.
So it's over 60 million of us over here right now that we all gotta. That's just our people, right? Now, out of all the money that we got circulating with all of those of us that's working, not everybody of us is working, but just the working class. It's still about the gross domestic product of what, maybe the 8th, 9th, 7th largest country in the world. Just the amount of money that we all got. Us poor black for us. What's the problem? How come we ain't got skyscrapers? How come we ain't got Trump Towers instead of Trump Towers? How come we ain't got
I still feel like it's the crabs in the bed. I still feel like
it is.
Like,
we cannot work together.
You know why? I want to know how much money you got. I want to know how much money you got. I want to know if you got more money than Karma Diva. I want to know if Karma Diva got more plugs than Tanya. Tanya want to know if she gonna try to figure out if Mel know anything about me, or she gonna try to figure out if Karma Diva, or everybody's just stupid. It's stupid.
Right.
It's stupid.
Right. And then a lot of people don't want to see you have more than they got because they don't want to give up their status. But my thing is, I've always been like this. I believe in promoting our own people, supporting, paying forward, because I believe in karma. And
I believe in karma. I believe in paying forward.
Yeah.
And as far as supporting our own, now this is where I kind of draw the line. I try to support Black businesses. Like there's a little place up in Benson, matter of fact. I call myself trying to support, local business. This was a young Black lady. I was like, okay, I'm gonna give her a chance. I could not. The business hours are posted, but you not there.
Right. Yeah.
I'm that's a lot of places in North Omaha. Shoot.
I'm trying to reach you by phone, by email, but right. I'm like, why am I chasing you to give you my money?
Right.
No. If you are supposed to be about your business and you want my business and you want me to give a good recommendation to my friends and my family, then you need to be about your business.
Right.
And my thing
and
is,
not
a
only
lot of
that,
places.
you know what
Go
else
ahead.
we need to do? I'm sorry, Tanya. This last thing, and this is one thing that irks the shit out of me. Quit hiring your family and hire the person that's qualified.
Exactly.
Because I'm tired of these ghetto people, because they ruin it for a lot of people when you hire these ghetto ass people with their little thought dots and they rainbow bright hair and the badass attitude.
Anyway.
There's only one business in North Omaha that I can always, and I done mentioned it on the show plenty of times. I tell them whenever I go there, y'all is the only business that's consistently respectful. And even though it's a family business, I don't walk in there and you say, "What up? What you need?
Right,
What you
right.
want? What you got?" You know, it's like, okay, y'all walk in there, "Hey, how may I help you? Welcome me, welcome." And that's Sugar Hill. And that's Sugar Hill. It don't matter what time of the day I walk up in there, they are so nice and sweet and helpful, and they open the door for you.
Right, they courteous.
And it's a liquor store, okay? Not a restaurant.
Right. They speak, they friendly, yeah.
And every time I go in there, I'll be like, man, I always shout y'all out on the hood table. They be like, thank you. They know my YouTube channel and everything up in there. But I always shout them out because that's how it should be. Just because you got a family business don't mean when I walk up in there, you gotta treat me like you just some dude, I'm some chick off the street. You know, it's like, where's the customer service? And then when we go to other businesses in other neck of the woods, it's like, why we don't support our own.
I support who do a good job. Now I will give you a chance, but if you don't earn my business as far as me coming back, that's on you.
Right.
I don't like walking up in a black establishment. They look at me like I just robbed them last week. Like, why are you frowning up at me? Why are you looking like you want to fight me?
Like I said, the attitude, no problem.
I'm coming to bring you some money, and you looking like we got beef. Like,
quit
I don't reward bad behavior. I'm not gonna pay you to treat me bad. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
It's kind of like this. I work a very professional job. Even though I work from home for the last 3-4 years, I've been at my job 8 years. I've been in a professional field, like office 400, 500. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I've been in those type of jobs for years, and I know how to go straight from the boardroom to the street. I can go straight from sounding like a very educated. You know, I hate to say sound black or sound white. I'm gonna just say a very educated person. As soon as I walked out the door, I'm picking up the phone. What up, man? You know what?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I know how to but see. That's the thing. When we working for somebody else, we know how to be respectful
time there. And there's a place.
Right. But with some of these businesses that are family run and in the black community, they forget that they really at work.
Right.
They thinking like they at home, they on the cell phone talking what you want, what you need. Yeah, man, let me find out. I'm like, you ain't saying hi, how you doing?
You know what?
Have a nice
day. My biggest pet peeve. I don't care what color you are. If I go into a business, I should not be able to walk through and do everything without having to open my mouth. You want to ask me how I'm doing? You know, sometimes you go in the store, you put the stuff on the counter, they ain't speak, they ring it up, they give you a total,
right.
They don't say shit. I done had that happen where I go to an establishment in our community and they don't say 2 words to me. I put my stuff up there, $5.99. $5.99. I say thank you, whatever. They turn around and walk away from me while I'm trying to say thank you.
or on the phone. I can't stand for you to be on the phone. If like I even had a courtesy, if I'm in the store, when I get to the cash register, if I'm on the phone, I'll say, look, I'm gonna call you right back. I'm about to check out. Because if it's rude for you to do it to me, I'm not gonna do it to you either.
I'll hang up the phone, or I'll say, hold on, homegirl, hold on, about to
Right, I may say, hold on.
Because it's rude.
But
I can't stand rudeness. And it's sad that in this culture today, it's so rare that you find kids that are being raised to be mannerable and can hold a conversation. That when you finally meet one, I remember I don't know who kids it was, but I was like, he's just so mannerable. It's like finding a diamond in the rough. When it used to be the opposite, it used to be most of the kids came, with manners, because we in the South. So
I tell people all the time, my kids ain't got a choice.
Well, Karma
They
Diva,
never
me
had a
and Karma Diva know each other in real life. We we know each other. And just like you can vouch and say, my sons are probably the most respectful kids she's ever met, I can say the same thing about hers. Her kids are the most respectful kids I ever met. And we know each other kids. We know each other like, outside. We real friends. So if I run into, I know for sure if I run into any of her kids out in the street, they're gonna say, "Hey, Miss Tanya, how are you? Oh my God, I
And they better be Miss Tanya. They better not say Tanya.
Yeah. And the same thing with
if they say it without putting that on there, you better smack them in the mouth.
Same thing with my kids. My oldest son is 24, and he used to deliver furniture for a long time. And sometimes he would pop up in somebody's house with some furniture, and he wouldn't even know them, but they know him because he might be on my Facebook page. And they be like, "Oh my God, I saw your son today. He is the most respect. Oh my God." I mean, it don't matter where they see my kids. They like, your son is like really respectful. And I'm like, they ain't have no choice. They ain't have no choice.
Right. I never gave my kids a choice.
On me. Look,
people give me compliments, and I'm like,
your daughter is just so polite. She's so sweet. I'm like, I ain't got no choice. I grew up in a generation where you didn't walk into a room without speaking. I got thrown out of so many rooms for walking in and not saying nothing. Get back out and come back in here when you know how to speak. So,
my cousin was married to this chick, and I never forget because my grandmother had Alzheimer's, and this is when she first started getting it. But my grandma was speaking to her. This bitch walked in the house and did not acknowledge my grandmother. Hold on, that is the queen. My grandma's name is Jewel. And not only is her name Jewel, she's the jewel of the family. And you ain't gonna speak, you finna get laid out right here in this fucking front room. Right now. I'm not gonna hesitate. My cousin was like, hold on.
Expedition.
He had to go. Expeditiously. Cause he knew.
When my son's girlfriend come over, I could be in my bedroom laying down in the bed and with my door shut. If my son's girlfriend come over, she will come in there, she will knock on my door. Miss Tanya, hey girl, how you doing? How you doing? And before she go home, knock, Miss Tanya. I'm like, I respect that from my sons too. I taught them at a young age. This is what you should expect from these females out here. I mean,
the other thing,
they ain't never bought no ratchet shit home to me. Never.
The other thing that gets to me is like this generation now, not even saying that they weren't raised well mannered, but everything is so social media and electronic. The kids don't know how to hold a conversation. It's like I'll see kids,
and that's where we come into play.
Yeah,
that's
they're not bad kids or anything, but when you ask them something, you get one word answers. Like, "How you doing? Fine."
Well, see, let me stop you right there, because my sons, they both play. Of course they went to school, but they both play sports all year round. They didn't have a choice. Every quarter, pick a sport. I don't care if you're swimming, badminton, golf. I don't care. They didn't have a choice. You had to be in an extra. If you wasn't playing no instrument or nothing like that, then you're gonna play. You're gonna do what you know how to do. But you got a chance to pick the sport. I don't care what you play, basketball, football, whatever. So once they were done with that and their homework were done, you can play video games all day long. So they were avid video gamers, and they still are. But the thing about it is, no matter how much time they spent in video games or whatnot, I still taught them. Yes,
well-rounded.
Ain't no what, ain't no huh. Ain't no
I will. No, I allow them to answer me, huh? If I call their name, they will say they are allowed to say, huh? But
Oh,
you bet
no,
not
not
answer
here.
me what?
Huh?
You bet.
What is
Oh
the
no.
same thing to me?
Oh no. You bet not say what to me, girl.
I do have to check my daughter sometimes because it's just me and her, and I think sometimes because I am, young at heart, she feels like we're more like sisters than mother and daughter. But I would check her ass quick if she get out of line. Like, look, who run this? Don't forget.
First of all, I got two things I tell my kids. The first one is I am not your damn friend. That's rule number one. I am not your damn friend. And number two, I tell them all the time, this is when they be like, they both have said, what about my rights? You ain't got no damn rights. This is the United States of Keisha.
I ain't never heard that one before. But as far as you talking about the hums and
what
the
about my
whats,
rights? This
it
is
was
the
an
United
excuse.
States of Keisha.
And I prefer an excuse me over a hum or a what. If you didn't hear me, then just say excuse me or mom. What was that you said? Or mom, I didn't hear you the first time. Or mom, ain't no huh and no what.
Right. And like when I was growing up with my dad and stuff, and I think he used to do this shit on purpose. He'll say something, but he'll kind of mumble it. And you didn't want to ask him, he'd be like, go down to the so-and-so and get so-and-so. You down there in the room getting that lump in your throat because you about to cry because you don't know what he told you to come and get. And you scared to ask him again. So I would just literally standing there and be like, and he'd be like, you ain't found the so-and-so yet? I'd be like, okay, that's what I'm supposed to be getting. I think he did that mess on purpose.
They learned
See,
that.
my daddy would have did some shit like that. My dad is anybody that knows my dad knows he is the biggest goofball joker.
See, Dad wasn't no joker. He was for real.
Y'all think I got a smart mouth and that I'm sarcastic? Oh no, I have nothing on my father. He said very.
Very.
I am truly my father's child. Anybody that has met him, anybody that's met Jackie Kirksey, no, I am truly his guest.
But see, my dad didn't have a sense of humor for stuff. Like, he worked all the time, and it was always for him working. He would work 7 to 7, 7 at night, 7 in the morning. So when he was at home, you couldn't be loud. You couldn't rip and run in the house. You were just real tame until you seen that light come on under the door around 5:30. You knew he was getting up and to get ready to go to work. Then after he went to work, we could just kind of whatever. So then, every year, he wouldn't tell us when he was taking a vacation. We'd just be kind of sitting there like, the light ain't come on yet. And then finally we'll be like, Mom, is Dad on vacation? And she'd be like, yeah. Like, oh, why you tell nobody? Because see,
I firmly believe that you gotta have a sense of humor. Like, I done said it before with my kids. There's been times where they done some stuff, and I'll be like, okay, I have to put myself in their shoes because the things that they do to make me, that ain't nothing compared to what I used to do when I was younger. They just being late on some homework or something like that. I'm like, the stuff they do is so petty compared to what I used to do growing up. So I always try to put myself in their shoes sometime. But then there's times where I'm like, okay, the teacher said you did what? Oh no. I'm sorry. Ain't no talking about this.
Hey y'all, I'm gonna have to talk to y'all later. I gotta handle some business real quick.
Okay, we'll talk
with y'all. Goodbye.
All right, love you. But yeah, it's like, it's just certain things I don't tolerate. I can easily be like playing with my sons. We be talking about each other, just having fun. Like, there's times when I'll be like, your daddy ugly. I'm just saying, just playing around with your kids, just laughing and just having a good time. I can easily go from that to, didn't I tell you to clean up didn't I tell you what the fuck, what you say? What happened at school? So I know how to turn it off and on real quick, and they know it's a thin line. It's like a thin line between, but I always try to give them a leeway because I know when I was growing up, my mother, sometimes she would say, I'm going to get y'all going to get in trouble, woo, 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 woo. And sometimes she would just give us a pass. Like, Okay, if it happened again, then I'm gonna get you. But when it comes to respect, that's where it was like, it was no ifs, ands, or buts about it. You have to
Right.
respect everybody, anybody who's a grown up. And if you
Especially
have a
grown
problem
people.
with
Right.
anybody, you come to me. Because they know I will check somebody real quick if I think they got out of line with my kids. But I don't
Yeah.
want y'all to do it.
Right.
But one thing I did tell them was, if somebody put their hands on you and you know they harming you, you better not let no elder, I don't care who they is,
Right.
straight beat you or something like that. And you know they doing something wrong to you. You better
Mhm.
run, hit back something, and get out of there. But if it's
Yeah.
just talking, they saying something disrespectful, you come tell me.
Yeah. I had to tell my daughter early on, look, it ain't no such thing as secrets when it comes to me and you. You tell me everything.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care
Same
what
here.
it is.
Open
You tell me.
communication.
Yeah. And even now she share too much. I hope she stay that way, but sometimes
That's
I be
that
like,
one.
say
The
less.
one that was in here earlier, the one y'all know too well, Cam, the one I always want to jump on my video. He be like, Mom, man, Mom. I be like, I don't really want. Why are you telling me this? Why?
Yeah.
But
But
that's
my
because I always kept an open relationship with them. So even
right.
in their 20s, they still, like, my son hit me up, the one who don't live here. Mom, what you doing? What's up? Then next thing you know, he's over here, like key and all. I'm like, what you, man, Mom? They'll just sit down and they'll just talk. But we always had an open relationship,
That's
and
good.
that's good. That's good, because one thing about it is, I know some kids who grow up and they don't want to have shit to do with their parents.
Right. Right. I know people, and I'm still shocked when I hear about people that like have siblings or parents, and they say, "Well, I hadn't spoken to them in 5-10 years." I'm like, what? What? That just I can't fathom it unless unless there was some type of like
Unless there was something
molestation or
like
something.
I can't, you can't look at everybody the same, because there are some parents who don't deserve to even have a kid. They don't
Right.
deserve to be even called mom or dad. So it just depends. But when you got these parents out there who did right by their kids, and then their kids just grow up and they just turn into animals, and the parent just the parents sometimes have to be like, I love you and everything.
Right. I got friends
But
who said their parents have never, they knew their parents loved them, but they never said, I love you. And like the way we were raised, because my dad was raised that way, his dad never hugged him. He didn't never
that's
say,
how
I
I
love
was
you. Nothing like
raised.
that.
I didn't start hearing I love you till like late in my,
Well,
I mean,
because
I'm sure I probably heard it when I was a little girl. I'm sure I did.
Mhm.
But once I got older and a teenager and young, I didn't hear that. I didn't hear I love you until I was in my maybe 30s or something. So when I had my kids, it was always like, before we go to
Yeah.
bed, he will come up. I'll be on live, and he will come up here and knock on my door and say, "Love you, Mom. I'm going to bed."
Right.
And he
And
be
see,
doing
that's
that
how
when
my
I be
dad
on the show,
was.
and I'll be like, I'll hit mute and say, "I love you too,"
My
But
mom and dad are like that because they weren't raised that way, but they made sure from when we were little kids. Because like even now, I live closer by now. I used to live like 2-3 hours away, but now I'm only like 15 minutes. But every time I go and see them, it's always a hug, a kiss. I love you. I don't care if
And
I
we
just saw
don't
you
walk out the
yesterday.
door. We don't walk out the door. We don't. If my son is in a rush to work, because I'm telling you, when they was growing up, if they walked out that door to walk to the bus stop, I would be out there in the middle of the street. Hello.
See, you raised them right.
I swear, I can
You
call him
raised
in here
them
right
right.
now. I swear to God. And they'll be like, "My bad, Mom, love you." And they'll
Right.
keep on walking to their bus. So it's times where he be late for work, and he know he late, and he done forgot to say I love you, and I ain't know he left, and so he'll text me. He say, "Mom,
Yeah.
I'm gonna love you." So it's a habit. It's like, we don't, because you never know.
Well,
You never
it
know
sounds
when
like
you will
you
last see
raised
somebody.
you raised two gentlemen.
You will never know. We can walk out this door and get hit by a damn bus.
You're right. You're
I'll
right.
pop from time to time. I actually, and it's funny because this
No,
is
go ahead, Tom.
This is the baby girl. From time to time, I'll pop up to her school. I've been doing that since she's been like elementary.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she'll be 16. Or she actually, yeah, Isaac is 16.
Is she the only girl?
No, the youngest.
Okay.
Number
Because
4.
I'm the only girl, but I'm a daddy's girl.
She's 16. Is she a daddy's girl too? Tone? You got 4 girls? Ooh.
Are they all 4 daddy's girls?
You got 4 girls? Ooh.
No.
26 is the oldest. Brianna's 26. That's the only one got my grandbaby. My grandbaby will be 2 in September.
How is it like for a man to have so many girls? Don't you? I know you be having your shotgun like ready at all times. I know you do.
It don't always be. It don't always
wrapped
be
around their finger.
No, because it don't always be for who they messing with. It sometimes it might be for them because they're hell for. But no, they. You know what? At the end of the day, I wouldn't trade them. I wouldn't trade them for the world, man.
Yeah.
Oh, I know you wouldn't.
I wouldn't. I mean, I wouldn't. I would because they all are intelligent, smart. You know, they had their ways.
And
well,
see,
look
you
at
can
that
tell
daddy.
by,
I always thought he was a smart
by the way he talked that he is so proud of them girls and he love them girls.
And
Yeah,
Tone is
you can
very
tell it.
intelligent. Tone has always been very
Oh, I
smart
get
and
it.
very intelligent. Man, I'm telling you, when we used to be out there running around like we knew everything, Tone would sit us down. He would pull out his books, you know, his Muslim books, and he would be kicking us knowledge when we was young, like real young.
You know, I grew. That's where, like I said, I was raised by. I was raised by the best of both worlds. You know, one of my uncles always taught me what's in you is going to eventually come out of you.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So, you know, I mean, hey, man, I mean, my mom, like I said, I reverence that lady. You know, if it wasn't for her, then I would not be existing. You know,
when I first met you, Tone, when I say I ain't never seen no black person back then with so many books.
Oh yeah.
This man has so
they not hide nothing from you, huh? Because you know they say that's how you hide stuff. You put it in the book.
Exactly. You know,
and we could come over there and I would be like looking through his books and stuff. He would recommend. I recommend you can learn about Africa. You can learn about this. You can learn about the world. You can learn about this. He has so many books. So I'm not surprised, for your children to grow up intelligent and smart. And you know,
and you know what? Here's the thing: they don't, you know, like I said, I you know, basically raised them. You know, they're not biologically mine, but I raised them.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Still yet.
Hey, I'll put it to you like this.
For them to get good traits.
That smile I seen on his face talking about them, I can't tell they not your biological.
Thank you.
You grinning and proud of them like them. You brought them here.
All right, hey, because they're right for me too. And when it come down to it, they might have their little differences with me, but no, you better not say anything but what y'all doing right now, smiling and all, because they gonna be on your neck, and it's like a cobra, a viper, a rattlesnake, and a mamba all at once.
Well, they're gonna be on. I grew up with a stepdad. And I didn't told y'all before how everybody knows my mom was super, super duper over the top religious, like fall on the floor, run around the church, kick the shoes off.
You already know, I know.
Yes, you know. And again, my stepdad was the drinking, smoke, this out there hustling. So I had the both opposites attract. I had the both worlds. And at one minute, I'm out in the streets because I'm like, okay, my dad, he from the streets. He doing all this. My mom had to drag him to church, and when he come to church, he just be like
I'm ready to go home.
But so it was like sometimes when I be out there in the streets, and I be doing stuff, and I'm like, it'll just hit me. Like it'd be like this angel right here and this devil right here.
Mm-hmm.
You know you're doing something you shouldn't be doing. If your mama found out. So it was like it was kind of difficult at times because you got one parent who's speaking in tongues all the time. Don't do this, you're going to hell. Then you got the other person over here just playing cards, bones, dice, I mean, just going out partying. It was weird.
Right.
You know what? Actually, no, sis, you wasn't alone. Because I'm gonna be on true story, real talk. And they not because I only got to be. I was only around my pops till I was maybe about 4. But I can
I
honestly
agree with
remember.
Curtis just said, Tone. He said,
Oh,
"Your
no
love
doubt,
and care
no
for
doubt,
yours."
no doubt. You already know, man. They are, man. Please. Like I said, my grandbaby. My grandbaby know who I am.
Yeah.
Believe that.
Mm-hmm.
Because she know what it is. That's all. Because that's what matters at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? From everything. Even from the pushaways to the, trying to. Do y'all know how y'all soul sisters is when y'all want to get devious, whether you a young lady, a little girl, or a grown ass woman. Y'all know.
Yep.
Y'all want to get devious, you can get devious on some other nigga shit. They ain't got nothing to do with nothing else. Just so I've been there, done that. But it wasn't because they knew they just it was new to them, so that I had to let them grow into it.
Right.
It's a divine purpose why I'm here. It's a divine purpose why me and your mama together. We've been knowing each other since middle school. Come on, man. This young lady was raised. This lady was raised. This woman was raised. Her people, was raised sports. She was always around doing something. It wasn't. She didn't have time to be around cats like me. Most brothers from the streets did have a church upbringing. On one of them, they'll tell you different though. A lot of people will say, "Well, no, you can go to any major city or any small ass town, especially down here in the South." But most of those that they consider quote unquote, church, they come from church, so they know what's right, they know what's wrong. But me, I love, because, and that's the reason why I smile like that is because I'm the only one, like my brother, the only ones that got girls or my nieces is my second oldest brother, which is my oldest niece, my mama's first granddaughter, and then my middle brother's daughter, and then my brother Alvin, his daughter Sheree, who was my brother. Other than that, but then I got other nieces too, but just in particular that order, so it's like that's an honor to be, it's like it's funny. My wife is the only child, my mother was the only child. They both Geminis. But my mother-in-law, who's her mother, is a Virgo, September 1st. I'm a Virgo. My mother was a Gemini. Her daddy was a Libra. Her daddy was a Pisces. Mine was a Libra. So it's like, it kind of, and my oldest brother is a Leo. My second oldest brother is a Libra. My third oldest brother is January 6th. So that's good, Capricorn. And my brother older than me is a Virgo, September 21st. So it's kind of like everything is, if you want to look on that, on numbers or it's just all kind of connected. So hey, I learned too. Wise man taught me is that women live longer than us. And if you have daughters, you raise them equally and as well as you would that male seed, that male child. You teach them how to be strong. You teach them how to be independent. Teach them how to be fearless. You teach them how to be, survive. You don't need the next person. It ain't got nothing to do with a man or woman.
Period. And vice versa with the boys. Like they was washing, doing laundry at 7 and 8.
Yeah, all that.
Folding clothes and learning how to clean the bathroom properly and learn. I'm like, everything I would teach a girl, I'm gonna teach y'all. I
had to learn how to. My grandma, she. I used to nerve wreck me, but I know how to do just a little bit. It'll come to memory if I did do a hypnosis or something like that, it'll come to memory. But I crochet a little bit.
My kids can't cook or bake as well as I do, but I'm telling you, they know how to keep the house clean.
I'll cook. And you know
They can
what?
clean the house. They can clean the house. When they get, like, the oldest one got his first little apartment, he knows how to get around them baseboards. He know how to clean the toilet part, get all the way up under there. You know,
My wife is the chef, you know, she know, but when they hear that I cook, it's like, oh man, I gotta get some of that because I very seldom the real talk. I mean, call me spoiled, whatever. You know, she'll probably wake up out of her sleep and be like, "You damn right, he's spoiled," but you know, I mean, hey, other than that, I mean, yeah, I'll get down every blue moon, you know, but I mean, I'm blessed.
I can't lie. My sons, I know some people be like, "Why your sons don't know you cook real good? You a cake decorator?"
Oh, they know how to feed
they spent so much time. They was hardly home. I mean, they'll be up from the crack of dawn. And then, you know, with sports, you might not get home to 10, 11. Don't let us be out of town. They get home at midnight. They got to be at the gym at 6, 7 on the weekends.
Yeah.
I mean, they hardly had time to be in a kitchen.
That's consistent.
You know?
And that's consistent with it. So it's like when you gotta get, I mean, even like my baby, she does track, you know, so it's like,
yep, they did track too in the summer.
Track, volleyball, and it's like, it's so much going on. It's like,
but as long as they're doing something, I always been like, yeah, my sons might not know how to cook out of me and all, cook like me and all that kind of stuff. But one thing I could say is they were consistent at something. They did their schooling. They did their sports. They would come home, and that's why I would be like, shoot, have a free for all with the video games. After you've been at school all day, you playing sports all night. You got your homework in. You know, things like that. If you want to play video games, have at it. On the weekends, if they want to play video games all weekend long,
if they want to do, and even advice, it don't matter how old you are, you know, it's never too late to understand a little bit of law. Learn your rights just a little bit and some self-defense. See, here's the thing with us. What we all need to do, honestly, and this is just being honest, you know, they always say don't never tell, you know, the old story tell you don't ever tell nobody what they need to do. Well, here's my outlook, and from just the outlook and forecast of the things that has been going on with the weather, with the economy, and just with health, and just every damn thing going on around.
The government.
Warning comes before destruction, right? So
right.
I think it's the best that everybody just do what it is ever necessity and need to do to get their own little piece of something. Little piece of property if you can. If you can't, make your apartment or townhome or whatever, make it a fortress where you ain't got to worry about going to a little local, that little raggedy ass local grocery store with that old dusty ass 2-month-old fruit and that 6-month-old meat and all that.
Do your own garden.
If you got to, that's the key. That's the key. We got to learn how to start.
And Miss Melissa tell you how to work your money. Like, that's why I love her channel. Miss Melissa, they be talking about the taxes. They be talking about the small businesses, self-employed, how to get the best out of your bug, how to make don't let you be on the game. They be giving you all that knowledge.
People are so afraid of doing something different, and then so many people think that we're not supposed to have this. It's for the other people, and I'm like,
And we created the system for them. They the ones that just mastered the system on how to. They just took it to another level. We did.
That's because they had a head start. They had so many head starts above us.
And see, I hear so many times.
We did it out of barter. We did it out of love. Like, okay, this is what we do. They did start doing usury. They started, I'm gonna give you this to get this back. I'm gonna loan you this and give you a percentage of this back. See, that's what they mastered. We already had the game on. If I take this seashell and give it to you, if enough of us use this seashell gonna be very valuable. So no matter what we used, it was the fact that it had value to it. We was able to build communities. Villages.
We could build a street light back in the day, and they be like, "Oh, we give you this little bit right here," and then next thing you know, the whole world got street lights.
And not to cut y'all off, but on the strength, Don't y'all know in history, and they'll tell you that this is even over in the Vatican's history. You know, they got the world's largest vault. They shit go up on the mountains in Italy. All the history, everything got to do with since the world is from stolen to given history. They got it in vaults. But anyway, that's another story. Anyway, as I was saying, girl, ooh, see, that I hate when I get. My brain
this reminds me of when we used to be down.
My brain get to go
down at New Jack. How we used to be down at New Jack.
We need y'all. Here's the thing: is that all we have to do as a people is just start looking and start researching self. Since everybody always talking about YOLO or fuck the next, or it's all about me. It's like it's just me and my family. I don't give a fuck about the next. Okay, since it's like that, look into yourself.
But you know what? People just don't. You would be surprised how many people are so not receptive to when you trying to tell them something that can help them. They're so used to somebody trying to get over that even when you're trying to give them advice that can help them move forward, they don't want to take it from you because you know nobody believes you just doing something out of the goodness of your heart or whatever.
Even if you do though, and I understand that. So even when you do say I'm not even taking advantage of you, with dude, I'm giving you insight. Like we both have been through the same thing. Oh, it don't matter. See that shit right there? Okay, well take your monkey ass on then. Since you don't want no help, I kick rocks. There's somebody else that need this help.
But then that same person will be around there pole mouthing to you about their financial problems.
I ain't got nothing to do with that.
And then when you try to tell them how they can increase their credit score.
Right, because I feel like it's like they say, you give a man a fish, he eat for a day. You teach a man to fish, he'll eat for the rest of his life.
You know how he is.
I learned a lot of lessons the hard way when I was growing up because I didn't have that. I didn't have that. Back then in school, they would teach you give you like an accounting class.
Yeah,
they don't teach you like about your credit, about your credit cards, about your bank account, about your credit number. They didn't do any of that. And then when I had parents who we was on a struggle all the time, so they wasn't thinking about no credit scores and whoop. My mother never sat down and talked to me about when I got into college. Don't accept every credit card that you get. Man, I was accepting credit cards left and right from Walgreens to Target to Finger Hut. I had every credit card you can name. J.C. Penney's, and man, when I tell you, my credit score was so jacked up, and my credit was bad for years. Years. So at a young age, when my kids was like in junior high, grade school, that's when I started talking about them my credit. And my oldest son just texted me this morning saying, "Mom, my credit score went up. That one over there in the bedroom over there, he hit me up the other day and said, Mom, my credit card." I mean, they are so zoned in on their credit. And I told them, please, if you don't do anything, please don't mess your credit up at a young age. I
wouldn't even bother. Let it just keep stacking.
Please. And that's what I tell them. I'm like, you only need, everybody be like, oh, well, why do people tell people you only need one credit card? I got like 10 of them and my credit's fine. No. You don't need a credit card for every doggone store you shop at.
2 max.
I mean, 2 at the max. Maybe one for gas. Maybe one like a Master
and if you can get an American Express, you is on.
Yeah, I'm like, you don't need a credit card for. That's where I messed up. Nobody taught me.
You get an American Express.
Girl, I thought I was a shit. I'm in the projects, right? Living in the projects, and got 15 credit cards.
Like you
thinking I'm doing something.
We didn't exactly grow up broke, but the thing is, the way my dad was taught, you work hard. If you don't have enough money, you get another job and you make even more money. He didn't know anything about investing. He couldn't teach us what he didn't know. All he knows is you go to work and you work hard. And then when I went out to college, I was just like you. I got them cards. I'm working at Taco Bell 3 days a week. and they giving me credit limits of $2,000 and $3,000. And messed me up for the next 10
I had a
damn
Project
years.
full of Figure Hut and everything else.
Lord, yeah. So you got
As soon
some
as I got
cars and
laid off
everything.
my
Hell
job,
yeah.
I got laid off my job. Them creditors was tacking $25, $30, $40 on top of. I owe like thousands and thousands and thousands of credit card bills, and I'm like, why did nobody tell me?
And then when I got the one that you get to rebuild your credit that you put the $300 down, I messed them up.
That's childish as hell.
I get it.
It took I think I was probably right before I got ready to have my daughter. I was like 35 before my credit got straightened out because I was right here with a 591.
I'm still trying to get my stuff together.
I'm cleaning mine up. I mean, it is what it is.
My score ain't as high as I want it to be, but I'm constantly working on it. And I did get approved for a home loan this past week, so I'm doing something right. I just can't find nothing. I can't find nothing that I want.
The key thing too is a lot of that stuff is gonna fall off.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing.
You can't make communication with them.
Right.
Here's the thing, and here's what I learned too, y'all. And this is for y'all out here that's watching in YouTube land. Cash is not always king. Don't ask me how I know, because it'll take a whole nother 2.5 hour segment. And that was just living in San Antonio for 7 years. I could teach you a thing about cash and king, Jack. I still homeless with a family. So, but that's a whole nother ball game. Anyway, but with the credit, what y'all saying with that, yeah, in fact, that's an investment me and my wife just did actually today. It was just an offer I couldn't refuse. Did the background on it. Yeah, very, very legit. And I say out of the handfuls that I broke it down, they was one of the 3 that I would have picked. One is back home in Omaha. The other one's out in Cleveland, very major, and another one's out in St. Louis, very major. These people, they know they know they shit.
I heard that.
It's like, okay, but I went with that. So I'm looking at 3 months minimum, but 6 months max. I'm good for what I paid. I'm good because now I can get all that and can build. It's not just like, okay, they're just gonna just make everything perfect. I follow, my thing is that I've learned in the past is just you follow the blueprint of success.
See, the thing about the company I work for, we offer a credit repair where we teach you how to do it yourself.
That too.
A lot of people don't want to do that, and I understand if you don't, but we just kind of feel like if you know what you did to mess it up, you know what not to do next go around. Because a lot of times when somebody do it for you, they fix it, but they don't tell you. They don't tell you, how to keep it.
You got to be dedicated, and that's why when my credit was so jacked up, when I went to do the credit bill, I mean, people was like, "Why don't you go through these credit?" I knew people was paying out the butt to these companies that was helping them to fix their credit, so called. I found out what to do. I was calling all kind of them creditors and stuff and negotiating bills that were $1,000. I got them down to $200. Some bills got down to $50. Some people, if they didn't respond to you in a certain amount of time, the credit bureau would delete that bill totally off of there.
Right.
But my thing is dedication. It's dedication. If you know your credit,
a lot of people don't want to put the time in though.
Pay yourself. If you know your credit is messed up, you know what it takes. You know how you got into it, and you know to get out of it, you got to make payments. And why make payments to this other agency who's charging you?
Right. Because a lot of times when they turn that stuff over to and sell it to another collection agency, they got to prove that you owe this.
Right.
A lot of times they don't even have that proof. They just trying to bully you.
Especially when it's been years and years.
And then you could be like 6 years and 6 months you ain't paid nothing. You got 6 months to go and it's gonna roll off. If they call you and you agree to send them $10,
it's gonna start
7 years start all over again. People,
you ain't even got to agree with them. I've just had somebody that I just had to have actually removed. Like, because after this was like back in 2011. They tried to turn around and put that bullshit back on my shit. Like,
And that was
Last
like
year,
10 years
2008,
ago.
I was like, really?
Yeah, they if you
I
ain't
said,
made no
the
contact
devil
with
is
them,
a lie.
and if you ain't set up no payment with them, they can't. 7 years, they supposed to take
They
that off.
still tried today. They had sold that because they sell them notes pennies on the dollars.
I know.
Well,
And
whoever
then
that
that's why
was,
them other folks be coming at you so hard.
yeah, I stopped all that immediately. They hurried up and took that off of mine. Y'all got me twisted. You better move on.
Right.
Move on with
And
all
then
that.
they don't follow the rules. They ain't supposed to call you after a certain time.
No, why y'all? Why somebody called me today? No, it was 2 days ago. They didn't even call me. They text me, and they said,
"Are they texting you now?"
No, but listen. They said, "Hello, we're looking for such and such. Do you have a number for them?"
Be like, yep.
They didn't even call, and I said, and so what I said was, they said this is such and such. They gave me like a first name. I said such and such who and from where. They never responded. It's been 2 days. They never responded. I was like, I know it's a credit collector, but when did they start texting you to get a phone number for other people? Y'all can't even call people no more.
I'd have had 2 words for them. Bitch, bye.
I didn't even call the person who they were calling for. I just was like, I ain't gonna say nothing to them because I know how it works. If they get any type of communication,
right?
You know what I'm saying? They can lie and say I was the person they was looking for. Yeah, we communicated with that person. No, I said, who are you? What's your last name? And who are you calling from? How you just gonna say somebody? They didn't tell me the name of their business.
Right. And you know what used to kill me when they call you and you get the voice card and please hold. Like,
and the first thing they say is, can you verify your social security number? Or can you verify your date of birth? I'm like, who the fuck is you? How you just gonna ask me to verify some shit? Who are you? Well, first, before we say anything, we have to verify we're speaking with the right person. Well, I guess you ain't, Click.
Yeah, you finna be
You know what? You should.
I don't know who you is.
You should have broke out that song 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Because I mean, honestly, anybody can call you up and say we're calling with such and such collection, and can we verify the last 4 of yours? Can we verify? I don't know you. Give me yours, and I'll give you mine.
Y'all remember that song? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Ain't that Sesame Street?
Okay, that's it. No, that was Electric Company or something.
Electric Company. Okay. Electric
that's what I'm saying. I mean that y'all want to know who my information is because everybody want to hack now. Everybody want to be a hacker,
and that's why I'm not giving you nothing. You better send me something in a report. Actually,
sis, there's some things on here, man, on online. You got to be careful nowadays because even when we think that even when we think we have disposed of things, whether it's old cameras, camcorders, phones, it don't matter. People tend to find those things.
And you know what else you have to be careful of? Like, I know I used to be on Facebook and different places where they'll do the little challenges where what street, where were you born? How many places have you lived? And it'll seem like fun and games, but at the same time, they collected everything that they asked.
Or the ones that say, you like who
to get your password.
Who's your favorite teacher?
And you would click like on there's some that would be like, who are you? What kind of lover are you? Or
what's
what kind
your mother's first name?
Or but you know what else? The emails. Do you know how many spam emails I get? Like at least
it's ridiculous now, man.
And they start off with, "You never responded to us. We never heard back from you. We sent you an email."
I
they
get
never
the ones
say
where
what they want.
Someone tried to log into your account off of a Samsung or I'm like, come on, man.
I've had them to send me messages or call me and say that something has shown up on my bill. We need you to call and confirm if this is an error. And I'm like, since when do y'all call me? So I will call the main number.
No, Microsoft. Isn't it
Did y'all just call me?
Isn't it Microsoft that's over the emails? It's Microsoft, right? Over the emails?
Yeah, Office.
So
Michael John.
okay, right. You know how many emails I done got from them or from somebody perpetrating them, saying if you don't sign in right now, we're gonna delete all your emails and everything. And I learned because I work for a company in insurance, right? And so every now and then they'll send you an email to see if you'll respond to it or see if you click on
the phishing email.
the phishing ones. And I always pass them. At first, I ain't gonna lie, I used to flunk it. But then they teach you how to train. If you don't see @ in a company name.com, if you just see Tanya Omaha.xxrvv. So like you gotta key in on those email addresses.
Right.
And so after that, I would pass them every time. I'll be
blocking them.
So now I know when I see those emails, if it don't say Cox.com or an email that I recognize, and it just look like some gibberish for their email address, I just hit block.
I actually found a site that actually, and I think you have to do it like after you send them a copy of your spam emails, they give you up to I think you got about 2 days, maybe a day or two to reset. What you do is you send or forward that email. You basically click on this link because what they do is they have like auditors, or they have people that are actually have codes that once they get that spam off of your link, what they do is it's like a reply. So when you hit it, once they send it back to your email, you basically hit that to resend to the person that actually sent you the spam. And what it does is it basically puts a block on where they're sending their spam from. It's called spam block. It's deep. I mean, it's like, because I thought, you know how you be like, okay, I'm gonna collect all these spam emails and I'll probably do it like a week or two later. Now they send me an email like, no, sir. You once we do this, those links are only good for about up to 48 hours. You gotta
because when they send no spam, they like read they
updating. So that's expired. I was like, oh, okay. He's like, yeah. So when you collect, the best thing to do is just collect the ones that you're getting, and then just send us a copy of them. They'll put the little code in it. So then when you reply to that doggone spam, it's sending to that IP provider, because even if it's spam, they still got somebody that's a domain or
and that's why I keep getting them, because sometimes I'll leave them sitting in there. I ain't gonna lie, I'll leave them sitting in there. I'll ignore them. I'll see it come through and I'll just swipe. And then sometimes you'll go through your emails and you'll be like, let me just empty out all these, But I see now why, because days or weeks later, I'll hit block or something, and I'll still keep getting
because what that is that they try to piggyback off of it, but it's ways to deal with it. It's annoying. But the only thing, the best, unless you are expecting something that from time to time, if you keep your spam really empty every time you go into it. Unless if you go into it a system that I got is if it's less than 100 before I catch it, then I'm gonna go and just kind of scan it, because that's only a couple of pages, 1 through 50, 50 through 100, whatever. Boom. Okay, I can do that. And if it's something that I'll see and be like, okay, well, that might not be. Other than that, the rest of it, empty that shit, because end of the day, they're going to keep.
I'm start doing emptying right away and blocking right away. Sometimes I just be like,
you get thousands. You probably get thousands.
I don't even think to look in spam sometimes.
See,
sometimes you have to, because you may have a very important message in there. Because
you know what? Every time I when I log out of because I have so many different accounts. I have different cash apps. And so sometimes I have to log out my personal one and log into my business one, woo woo woo. And so when you do that, they send you a pin, right? Yeah. And they used to be where they would come straight through to my email, but now they always go to junk and spam. And I don't understand why. And every time I go in there and mark it as not spam,
and still gets put.
Still, my cash apps, you know, they send you that 6-digit whatever, you
Right.
know, and it still
Yeah.
keeps going to spam. And I'm like, I don't know what if it's the internet people trying to come down stricter on stuff, or
Yeah, that's
I
all they
don't know.
trying to do.
I don't know, but see, for a long time, I kept telling people I can't get my cash apps because I didn't realize that the
It was
code
standing
was going to my spam, and I kept requesting another. I was even trying to contact Cash App. I was deleting the app from my phone, reinstalling the app, and then one day I just happened to be checking my spam, and it's like hundreds of Cash App codes in my
Yeah, because it'll be stuff from not from work, but like something that I might need, but I don't hear from often, and they'll throw that in spam.
Yeah.
And because I wasn't looking for it, I didn't know I was getting something. I didn't.
Exactly.
Right.
So you gotta be careful with it.
I was
That's
so
all
mad. I was about to delete my whole Cash App and go to some other Cash Money type of app.
Yeah.
But y'all know how all that started though? I learned this at Metro back in '99. Real talk. A lot of that started when they started the email services. I don't know if y'all remember when they started off with like AOL,
the dial-up. I remember the dial-up and all that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then you know, because a lot of we started applying for all them old cash loans and come on now, y'all know. Come on now. We get it.
I didn't do a lot of stuff online as far as
When I messed my credit up, there was some cash loans on there.
Yeah, we did the Cash App loans and some kind of something.
And I did the in-person ones. I ain't doing them on the computer, but I did the ones where you go to the.
No, I did them online. I did the ones online where they just direct deposit into your account, and I did the ones
real talk. And that's
I
where a lot of my information, because I've had an email since '99, and a lot of my information, a lot of spam, it comes from those direct, the loans or the just stupid.
They would give anybody money.
And you know what kills me? In the commercials, they make it sound like they just giving you free money. And mentally, it's like I remember like I had a GMC Jimmy. The truck costed like maybe $18,000. By the time I got through with them payday loans, after about 2 or 3 years with 2 or 3 different loans, that was a $50,000 truck.
Yep.
I went back and calculated. And then I used to ask because my dad, he had a Lexus, and I used to be like, let me drive your car. And he'd be like, nah. I'd be like, look, man, I got a $50,000 truck out there. You think I care about not driving your car? He says the difference between a truck being worth $50,000 and one that you paid $50,000 for.
And it's a big difference. A big difference.
It is.
That's why I stopped going to. I mean, there's certain car lots that I still go to. Some of them go through bank, and some of them don't. But I know which ones not to go to because if my credit is good, there's no reason why you charging me 21, 22% interest, and I got good credit. But it's like some people, I don't know why I had bumped my head so many times. I mean, I done got lemon after lemon. I paid car dealers so much more than I should have. I messed my credit up back in the day.
You live and learn, though.
Paycheck loans. I mean, I used to do the rent to own furniture. I mean, I learned a lot from a young adult to where I am now. I learned a lot, and now I swear everything is cash. Everything, and that don't mean I ain't got no credit card. Some things I charge on my credit card because I know you have to do some kind of charging and making some payments back to help with your credit score. But a lot of things I pay cash.
You know what's so funny about this? Go ahead, sis. No, go ahead. I ain't trying to cut you.
I was gonna say what I do is like I have a credit card or a couple of credit cards. What I would do is charge the cards, especially the ones that give you point rewards. But I pay them off every 2 weeks before the interest hit. So I got the point, but I done took the money and paid. So my credit is looking good because I'm paying my stuff off, but at the same time, I'm getting the rewards.
Yeah.
And then like what I did with I got
Yep. But see, like 5-6 months ago.
I was gonna say
like 6 months ago, I bought a new 6 months ago I bought a new living room set. Yeah, I got a credit card. But again, I try to put like small things on my credit card. You know, something that I can just easily pay off, and it still helps every month with your credit score. But some purchases, I'm just like, hey, okay, that counts 1,000, 2,000. Okay, I'm just gonna pay cash because I it's just when you grew up not really knowing about finances and debt, and you get into debt so deep where you thought you could never breathe. And once I got to that point where I could breathe, I'm like, I'm not putting everything on credit cards like I used to. If I got the money to pay for certain things, why not just give them the money?
Yeah, the only way I will finance something a lot of times if it's a major purchase is if it's like 90 days, same as cash. You know, or something like that where you're not gonna charge me no interest. And then like I got
or
a
like
loan
a new car or something like that. Like, you know.
But see, that's a lot of the game. That's a lot of the game that a lot of us, it's kind of like with the separations between the elders and the youth.
Yeah.
A lot of that game should really be spread around. Not saying that everybody has the means to do it, but that's one of the main culprits on the reason why most of us don't have the means to do it, because a lot of us don't know what to do with the money that what we got. It's the same. Don't mean that everybody can't. We can all afford to get our credit repaired or learn how to do it ourselves. But when we have that information of those that know how to do it, is I got to, you got to do this and do that. No.
But see, what I remember happening back in the day. Okay, y'all remember I used to work in real estate, right? Some of y'all know that. And when the market crashed really bad, a lot of people were suing the banks because the banks was giving these people loans that they should have never gave them.
Right. Them jumbos.
They was looking past credit, looking past their income. They was just giving these people, and that's how the credit card companies was back then. I'm talking about when I say I stayed in the projects and was barely making $9 an hour. There's no reason why these credit card companies should have been giving me credit cards that was thousands and thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
And then it's like they know what they doing. They know what they're doing because it don't matter if you pay them back or if they force you to pay them back. They gonna get their money through your paycheck, through your income tax. They gonna get your money somehow.
And see, that's how I feel too. I feel like that too. That they've made education that way. Like you can't get the grants and stuff like you used to. Now they've got a design that when you finish school already in debt. And then a lot of times you can't find a job in the field, and then they pack all this interest onto these student loans and stuff. So it's like a trap. I'm not saying don't go to school.
It is
or you can't find a job and you go to school for something else next.
Yeah. Now I don't want people to think I'm saying don't go to school, but I'm just saying I got a friend. I have my bachelor's, and I have a friend. All three of us graduated together. She went back and got her master's. Now she already had owed like maybe $70,000 in student loans. When she went back and got the master's, it went up to like $150,000. But her getting that master's didn't increase her income to make it worth it. I'm like, unless my job tell me unless you go back to school, we're not paying. They got to force me to go back because see, had I known. Back then, it was a lot of people going to school for 2 years, getting the same jobs that I got for a bachelor's degree.
Yep.
They owed half the money, and then they was over me. That was my boss because they went to school and finished early. Because I remember I was living in South Carolina, and I was working for this company, and we all went out to eat for something. And I graduated in '92. I'm old school. I was sitting there with these young people, and they told me they graduated in 2004, and I'm like, but how y'all get these director positions and stuff? They went to school for 2 years. They do the same job I did. They started before me, and then they got that. So, but I was just like, see, nobody ever said to me, and that's why I tell people now when they ask me what I do, I'm like, I'm gonna be honest with you. You go to school for 2 years and do the same thing I do and make the same money, and not owe all that money when you finish school.
Mm-hmm.
It's like I don't know.
Owing money
I
to
get
student
frustrated.
loans is like,
It's a
and
trap.
you will never get out of it. Even when they even when hard times like these, it's still so hard. Like you would think that they would be just knocking student loans out like back to back because of what we've been through over last year.
Right.
Please, they keep extending them. They keep extending them. But what's extending them? You still
That's
owe the
more
money.
interest.
It's
That's
more
more
interest, and
interest.
you still owe the money, and eventually you
You
still
still
got to
will.
pay it back. So I'm like, when the economy fails, I think they should do more for the people who owe student loans. I really
I think
do.
so too. But then we like with the company I'm with, you know, we teach finance. So like we were telling people that if you start your own business and then you start reducing your taxable income and your what is it? GPI, MB, something
Uh-huh.
with the gross income, AGI, because that's how they determine how much you're gonna pay on those loans and stuff. If you get your AGI down and say you get to the point where you don't have a big salary, the interest on that is a lot cheaper. I know people who pay like $1 a month.
Mm-hmm.
Some people who pay nothing, you know,
Yeah.
because they were able to get their income down. But like when I try to talk to my friends and stuff about stuff like that, it's like, oh, that ain't gonna work for me, blah, 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 blah. And I'm just like, you know, I was blessed when I went to school. I graduated number 2 in my class. So I had academic scholarships, and then what all that didn't cover, my dad paid for it out of pocket. So I had no student loans. My brother was an athlete. He got a full ride football scholarship. So like, and then my dad worked at a college. So the twins, when they got ready to go to school, they got to go for free because he worked
Right.
at the
Mm-hmm.
school. So, you know, my thing is I feel so blessed that I don't have to worry about that, but I try to go out of my way to help people who do or to prevent people who don't. Like, please, I know you want to get an education. I'm all for getting an education, but be wise about what you choose for your major
Man.
and try to network and make sure you get a job
Fill
before you
out for
start.
those
If you can,
scholarships, those grants. It be some stuff
right.
that we don't know about. You really have to do your research. You know what I'm saying? Like with my first son, I had to sign up for parent loans. He had to sign up for stuff. And then with my second son, I said, I can't do it anymore. I can't afford it. I still got student loans. And then I got to help your brother. And I told my youngest one, I said, if you really want to go to college, I said, we got to find some kind of full ride scholarships. And that's what he did. He dove head first into filling out all kind of
I
applications.
see a lot of kids won't even do it.
He ended up getting a full ride scholarship. And one day he had texted me from school and said, Mom, I got a full ride. I got a full ride to the top school here in the city. I was like, how the hell you do that? He was like, Mom, man, when he showed me the letter that he wrote, and it was very touching. And he wrote about how we were young, how we struggled, how my mom did this, and the reason why I'm trying to go to college. And I was up there crying and bawling. I said, "You wrote this letter, and they gave you a full ride?" He's like, "Yeah." And speaking of that, he's about to give me a. Did I tell you that he's got to do an interview on me?
Yes, you did. You did.
I'm like, oh my God, what questions he gonna ask me? He showed me some of the questions, but I'm like, why you want to interview me? And he was like, because he was like, you done it all, you done seen it all, you're an entrepreneur, you work for people, you got your own gig. He was like, So
and
I'm
that's
like,
the other thing. We gotta teach our people about having their own business.
Yep, exactly.
Even if I don't care what kind of business it is, have something.
Yep.
So that you can, because my plan is, of course, I want my daughter to go to school, but she gonna learn how to do something. Where how you had the kids that can do hair on campus, or so you can have a side gig while you in school and already be in the practice of knowing business ownership.
Exactly. And matter of fact, drop your link in the chat. I did take the thing off to where you can drop links. So you should be able to drop your link in the chat because I really enjoyed being on your show the other day. And I was telling people after I got off the show, I came over here and I was telling people what we was all talking about. And I dropped your link in the chat then. But yeah, drop your link in the chat because it's so much valuable information that you, Tony, Ken, and other people I've seen over there be giving out on your channel in regards to like taxes and.
Yeah, and I understand people are skeptical because I it's not like the first time I heard about what Tony was doing. It took like me watching him for a year to see if he was gonna stick with it or whatever. But then after he broke everything down to me, I just was like, I can't find nothing wrong with this. Everything is making sense. And it was life changing. It has been life changing because I'm telling you, I would have a lot more debt and I would be a lot further behind had I not got involved with this when I did. Because like I was saying the other night.
Do you know his YouTube channel? I know Ken said he was going to start one, but Tony
it's Tony Kloppen. If you go to my page, I'll feature him. You can click on it and go.
Okay, let me go to your page right now.
Yeah, because I've got him on there as a feature. And another person you might want to sign up to is another feature on there is June Collier, an investment guru. He knows investment and he breaks it down where it makes sense.
Okay, and you got what's your new channel name? Because when I look under Melissa King.
Well, I added my econ to the end because
that's it. Okay.
People weren't able to find me with just plain Melissa King, so I figured if I add that, maybe if they type all that in.
And I told people. Yep, because I told people, I said, when you create a YouTube channel name, like some people be using a real name like Tony Smith, Mark Young. I'm like, you really got to be really specific when you create these YouTube channel names, you know?
I didn't even think about that because when I got on YouTube, like for how we be on YouTube going to the different pages, I noticed that everybody has like a made up name. But when I first started, I didn't think to do that. I used my real name.
Now I see a June Collier on here.
June Collier is the one that knows investment in and out.
Okay.
And then Tony's on there.
Okay, I'm gonna subscribe and then I'm gonna click on Tony.
Yeah, because we're trying to build his page up. Tony is good. Tony will come on every day and give you a tidbit or some type of nugget that you can use. He's better than I am as far as like doing something every day, but he's really devoted to doing it. So
yeah, I'm looking at his channel and he was live 12 hours ago, 5 hours ago, 2 days
he live
ago.
Every day.
He's live a lot. But see, I didn't have his notification on, so I'm turning his notification on now because I'm like, I ain't know he making all these videos.
Yeah, he on Facebook he posted something like every 5 hours. I try to aim to do something every day, and a lot of times like stuff I've done will show up in the memories, and I'll repost. But I'm not as good as he is about being consistent with the posting and stuff. But yeah, he stay on top of it.
Okay, I got his notifications on to get all the notifications. And I just, for the people who's watching, who's tuning in, I did just drop his link. And did you drop your link yet? Or do you want me to do it?
I put it in there. You don't see it?
Let me see.
It's under Curtis's message.
No, I see the one I dropped, but I don't see yours. So I'm about to drop yours right now. Just talk
I
about
don't know why it still won't show him.
I think Tone back there asleep.
Is it?
Yeah, I'm gonna kick him out. He gonna wake up and be like, "Oh shit, what? Hello?" I thought he was asleep like 5 minutes ago, but I wasn't too sure unless he was just
sitting there. He was quiet.
And when that hair went down like this, I said, "Oh yeah, he's asleep." He knocked out. But I put your channel in there, and I put Tony's channel in there, and I know Ken said he was gonna start a channel soon too. So
yeah, he needs to because Ken has a lot of knowledge too. You know,
and I told him, I said, "Where your channel at? What?"
But he got a lot of businesses too. He has other businesses besides the tax. He has something where
that's why his YouTube channel will be beneficial to him.
Right. So I'm thinking he got so much going on, he hasn't had a chance to kind of focus and do a page. But yeah, he got his hands on a little bit of everything.
Yep.
And that's why I like being around people like that, and like you that has an entrepreneurial spirit, like is not afraid to take chances, is not afraid to try something new. I like being around there because it gives you positive energy to, you know, when you're around a lot of Debbie Downers, you know, they always want to say I wouldn't try that or blah 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 blah, and you gonna go to jail and
and you see what I got up on the screen, right?
Yeah, no, I was supposed to click on that and see more cups because I just went with that first one.
Well, see, I should have told you that if you look us up on Teesprings, we on Teesprings, and it's a link that goes directly from there on my thehoodtable.com website. It has like
I went to the hoodtable.com website.
Yep, if you go to thehoodtable.com and click on store, and it takes you to Teespring, and see, you didn't click on the coffee cup. You just saw the coffee cup. But if you click on it, see all the colors?
Yeah.
It's all kind of colors. That's why I was asking you.
And they have different types of cups too, you said?
Yep, it's the same cup. It's just different. Okay. It's a whole bunch of different colors.
Purple's my favorite color anyway.
Okay.
So it was on point for me. But yeah. I went to the website and went that way because I noticed you hadn't sent out a newsletter lately, or I didn't get it.
I haven't, and I keep saying I'm gonna get on it, but I swear to God, every time I get like I was working overtime.
Yeah,
I was working 12 hours. I was working overtime for months and months and months on end. So it was like so hard trying to keep up with my content, and then trying to do newsletters on the side as well. And then working, and then the home life. You
preaching to the choir.
Now we done with overtime. Like 2 weeks ago was the last of our overtime that we had to do. And when I went back and counted all the months, we literally was working overtime like 7 days a week for 8 months straight.
And see, imagine if you had adjusted your W-4 and you were bringing home more than money instead of them taxing the hell out of it.
And see, the thing about it was, if I knew what I knew then, I would have been like, while I'm working all that overtime, I would have had them taking out probably more money so that in the end of the year, I wouldn't owe so much. But see, that's kind of stuff that I learned. That's kind of stuff that I learned on your channel, or either to how you like how he said put money to the side or something.
It's like if you do a 401k too, if you go ahead and increase how much you had to put in, that lowers your taxable income.
And see, I didn't know. See, that's why I be telling people to subscribe to your channel, because I be learning so much over there.
And I'm telling you, I didn't learn all that. I'm 46. I didn't start learning all this until I turned 40. Before then, I was cashing out 401ks when I changed jobs. They was hitting me with that 40% taxes on taking it out early. I never rolled anything over. I didn't even know, at one job, I didn't even get retirement because they weren't matching it. It was just what you put in. But then somebody was like, well, even if it's just what you put in, it's pre-tax. And I'm like, what does that mean? I'm like, I don't know what that means.
And a lot of people don't know what that means. Like when you say put more money here, put more money here, put more money here because it's pre-tax. A lot of people don't understand, because this is not, like somebody was saying earlier, this ain't the stuff they teach you when you're young and in school. And you just grow up and you just hopefully learn, you know?
And then I would hear all the time about how stuff, it's a write-off or it's a tax deduction. But I didn't know what that meant. Like, the example I used, Tom Joyner would do his cruise every year and he would say it's tax deductible. And I'm like, so does that mean it's free? I didn't know. And because I didn't know and didn't want to appear stupid, a lot of questions I didn't ask.
Yep. Like when I went to file my taxes and I did my 1099, there was a question on there that said, did you give out any gifts? And I'm like, well, I give out gifts all through the year. I give out T-shirts and coffee mugs, and I go shopping for people and cash apps and just all kind of stuff all year long. And I'm
there are over 400 tax deductions that you can get with a small business. We just talk about the tip of the iceberg.
Yes. So that's why I'm recommending y'all, if y'all watching or whoever watched the replay, these 2 links that I have in here, these 2 YouTube links. Subscribe to both of them. Because on Melissa's channel, I'm telling you, they be giving you the knowledge and they be giving you the 411 on taxes, small businesses, how to make more money, how to keep more money in your pocket. And it's a lot of valuable information that I'm even taking in. And I'm like, wow. Like when Kim was talking about last time, how you can go on the IRS and you can figure out how much money to pay out of each check for your taxes and how much to expect at the end, or if you should increase or decrease or throughout the year. It's like a tax estimator to show you how much you'll get back at the end of the year. I could have used that last year when I was doing all that overtime.
Right.
And now I owe the IRS like all kind of money.
And see, that was the thing with me too. Like, but I used to work for a hospital before I started working from home. And the hospital, we would be doing, it was times I had 60 hours of overtime for a 2-week period. And I didn't know about none of this, so Texas was eating it up. But when I didn't start this business until I left that, and I was like, well, you know, you live and you learn. But
my
had I
taxes
known back then,
when I saw how much I owe to the IRS this year, if we do get another stimulus for $1,400, I'm gonna tell them keep it. Keep it, because all I'm gonna do is turn around and give it right back to you.
Well, you know, they say the stimulus is not taxed.
I know, but they can have it. I'm gonna just give it right back to them.
You know what I did? I took mine and put it in a mutual fund so it can grow some interest.
I wish I could. I owe them, motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? So when I get my little check, I'm gonna just cash it and send it right back to them. But
I know what you're talking about.
When you know better, you do better. That's all I gotta say.
Exactly, and that's why I feel like it's so important for like your son's age. We're like right here at 19, 20. I'm telling you, had I known the stuff I know now back then, I'd be somewhere retiring at 45.
I would be by 40. By 40, I'd be so rich and on somebody's island sipping on some Long Island iced teas and some.
And what kills me is other people have been doing it for years and they pass it on to their kids. And because you know what got me? I used to have a personal trainer, and he got engaged. When him and his wife got married for a wedding gift, his parents paid off her student loans. He didn't have any. They also bought a property and started renting it out, and the rent money was coming to the kids. So they started off with no debt, plus.
But you know what? You know what? A lot of that stuff goes on with people who don't look like us.
That's what I'm talking about, because he don't look like us. Him and his wife don't look like us.
That's what I'm saying. See, the thing about it is this generation now, we done been through it. We didn't come from the people like okay, my people's come from the South. When they was coming up from the South, they wasn't thinking about no credit. They didn't have all kind of credit cards. They didn't have all so what could they teach you if they never had that to deal with?
They just had that work ethic.
They worked and worked and worked, and back then they paid cash, or they like bartered, or you know what I mean. And now then after that, that's when everybody was into credit cards and everybody trying to live like the Joneses up the street,
not realizing what was going to be on the back end.
And that's how I was. I was trying to live like the Joneses. And I'm like, I'm putting a credit card and shop till I drop like everybody. I'm gonna look good like everybody else. And that's what got me in debt. But see, I lived and I learned. And so my children, I've been teaching them since like 7th, 8th, 9th grade about their income, about their credit cards, about their credit score, about being 25 and 30 and can't even afford to get your car fixed if it breaks down. You can't even get a credit card.
Girl, Sarah gave me a card with a limit of $1,000. Me and my lemon ran up that $1,000 in a year By the time Sears charged me for tires and stuff that I ain't even need, but because I didn't know anything about cars, everything they recommended I did. And then when I was broke, the car still didn't work.
Right. I'm telling you, Nebraska don't have a lemon law. So when I tell you, if I told you how many cars I went through that were lemons from the time I was like 16 years old.
I definitely got with that car.
I'm talking about buying a car and you drive it off for like a week or two and the transmission just falls through the floor.
And like, no warranty, no nothing.
I remember one time I bought this car and I went on the road to Chicago because my son's father family is from Chicago and somebody had passed away. Mm-hmm. Man, I had me a car and I swear to God, like 2 hours into the trip, the transmission went out, the head gasket and everything just gone. We out in the middle of nowhere with our kids. And so thank God somebody else it was like a caravan. You know how you go out of town and people following. Yeah. So there was enough cars that where we could jump in with somebody else, but I had to leave my car in the middle. When I say it was probably 50 people who lived in that town. And they was white people. I didn't know them from Adam. I didn't know if my car was going to be there when I got back. But the man, he promised me. He said, I know what's wrong with your car. And he had this little old shop. It was like the bank, the church, the firehouse, everything like right there, police station.
Sound like I
know what's wrong with your car. I said, how you know? You ain't done nothing to it. I ain't got no money. You know, and he said, I already know the head gasket and woo 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 woo. So he said I could leave it there. We went to Chi-Town. We came back. On the way back, what I did was I stopped by, checked on my car. He said, it's still here. If you want me to fix it, I fix it. So I went back and came back to Omaha. And then I had somebody drive all the way down to that place, towed my truck all the way back. When I got here, it was what the man had said, and they wanted $500 more to fix it.
Oh,
I could have had
and
that.
Then you had to pay for the tow.
I had to pay somebody $200 to drive down to get my car and bring it back. And so if it wouldn't have been my daycare provider's husband who did it, they probably would have charged me $400 to drive down there and get my car. But basically, that little small town, that man who didn't know me from Adam, he was telling me the truth.
Yeah,
and he
but then you had no way of knowing.
I didn't know. I'm like, you out here in the boondocks? I mean, I'm serious. We was walking. You know them towns you see on TV, like The Hills Have Eyes. Like everybody walking around with straw in their mouth. You know, I'm like,
honey, I told you I'm from there. I'm from the country.
But see, that's the thing. When we were dealing with Nebraska, and
you're a city girl.
It's I can't say it's too far different from down south, even though there was a lot more things going on down south back in the day. But Nebraska, when I tell you, we got the main headquarters of the KKK not too far from us, okay?
Well, you know, I know all about that.
You know what I mean? So it's like this little old town, I'm telling you, we were scared. I was like, hurry up, can we please hurry up and get the hell out of here? But that man was so honest. He was so honest. He was going to charge me $600 to fix my car, and when I got back, they wanted $2,000. When I got back,
you can't be too careful though, because I know it had to be around the first of the year. I had went to get my hair done, and I was on my way back, and I still go to Birmingham, which is like an hour away. But on the way back, I had a blowout, so I had to call AAA. AAA had to send somebody out, but because of where I was, it was like out in the boonies, and I'm on the phone with my mom, and I'm like, look, stay on this phone, because I don't know if this is a skinhead or you know, and the guy ended up being nice, but you just never know. You never know.
And I really hate that, because you don't want to, but see, my thing is, when now I grew up in the hood, right? So you always on alert.
Right.
It be times we walking around outside 3, 4, 5 in the morning. It be times we sleeping on somebody's steps at 3, 4, 5 in the morning because won't nobody let us in the house, because you know how it is. Well, I mean, with your parents, your grandparents, if y'all ain't in by 11, you know what I mean? So we be just wherever in the middle of the night. But you always on alert. Like you hear something, you see somebody across the street,
Like
They
you were
walk
saying
your
about
way.
when you were younger and you used to walk to the store or whatever.
I
Yeah.
learned at a very young age to always be on alert, and I'm still that way. When I'm outside and I take my dog outside at night, of course I'm always out there with my little,
Mm-hmm.
I don't go outside my house at night without,
Right.
you know what I'm saying? Because you
Yeah.
just don't never know. And so I'm like, while the dog do this business, I'm all like this because you
Yeah.
don't never know.
You're right. You can't be too
So
careful. And I
going
hate
to
to.
that town, I don't know them people. I
Yeah.
don't.
And you try not to judge a book by its cover, but you still have to be conscious of who you dealing with because you just don't know who crazy these days. They blend in.
Yep.
They
Yeah, but
blend
child, we've
in.
been on here almost 4 hours. Ooh, child.
Girl,
We've been on
and
here almost 4 hours.
I still ain't finished my work because I've been over here running my mouth, but I only got 2 more things to do. And
I'm
then
about to
I'm gonna
say, I
take
hope
my
you don't
shit to
have a
bed.
lot, because I'm about to watch this Coming to America too. Ain't it on Amazon Prime?
That's what Deanna was saying. It's
Yep,
on
I got
Amazon Prime.
Amazon Prime, so I'm gonna watch that on Amazon
I
Prime.
know she said it was funny. Me and Deanna kind of have the same sense of humor. So
Well,
I'm like,
everybody I heard it from said it was funny. All the Facebook posts,
I heard
people
some
said it was funny.
negative, but
Really?
everybody's sense of humor ain't the same. So, you know.
See, I have that what do you call that slap? That slap?
Knee slap, slapstick.
That's
Yeah.
my humor. Like some stuff that I find hilarious.
People
be
think
like,
it's
that's corny. That is
I
so
like that too. So I tell you what, you watch it, you let me know what you think because I'm corny. I like corny stuff. So
I want to do a review on it. So I want you to watch it too.
You gonna watch it tonight?
Yeah, but I won't do a review on it till like, a few days from now. So
I'll go in and watch it this weekend just to see.
yeah, watch it this weekend because I really want to get people honest opinions.
Right, and I don't never get on your reviews because I don't be following the show.
I know.
The last show you did that I actually watched was Greenleaf. I watched P Valley after P Valley went off. I went back and binge
But you
watched
gonna watch it when it come on next season. You gonna be watching, right?
Is it coming back soon?
I don't know when it's gonna come back on, but as far as I know,
yeah,
it's coming back on.
I'm gonna be watching.
They had the ratings were through the roof on that show. So
yeah, at first I was thinking, people hyping it up, but it really did turn out to be good. I was impressed with it. And then I even went back and binge watched Pose because I used to hear people on YouTube talking about Pose all the time. I binge watched it.
So I love Pose.
So yeah, and then did you do Bridgerton?
No.
Bridgerton was good. I ended up watching that based off of what I saw some people on Facebook saying. I just like, let me see what it is. I ended up binge watching it.
If I didn't have a job, I would probably do a lot more because I know some people who do so many, but I can only get like 6 or 7 shows in.
And see, my thing too.
I'll do all those, and then once they end, different shows will restart. I'll do like 6 or 7 shows, but I'm consistent. Like the shows that I do, I've been doing them for years. Like some people who know me over here on the Hood Table, they don't know that I have a whole other channel that I started with called Tanya's Primetime TV. But a lot of people who started with me over there, they follow me over here. So like, if you see like only a year of Basketball Wives reviews that I'm doing. If you go to Tanya's Primetime TV, you'll see all the other reviews from years on Housewives of Atlanta, Married to Medicine, Hip Hop, the Black.
See, I don't do a lot of reality TV. Usually I would do like one show a season, like a Love and Hip Hop or something. But now I don't really do reality at all.
I don't really watch. The only reality shows that I really do now is I still do Housewives. I do Basketball Wives. I do Married to Medicine, and what's the other one? Oh, Belle, and I just started doing Belle. But everything else, Everything else is actual
What
TV.
Tyler
prime
Perry
time.
got all the series.
And he making that money, and while people be like, I don't want to watch his stuff, I don't like his writing.
Well, you know what?
Like it. Somebody like it.
I did like Queen Sugar, but the reason I didn't start watching Queen Sugar is because I missed the last season. So I don't want to start watching the new one before binge watching the last season because I kind of fell off with it.
When you get some free time, binge watch because Queen Sugar was lit last season and it's starting off really good this season too. So.
I think the last episode I saw was when what's her name? The light skinned one. She was running for some kind of office.
Charlie.
Yeah, she had made a deal with one of them's sister, and sister kind of played her about I think his son was liking her or something like that, and then she was dating the Latino guy or whatever, and then somebody tried to shoot her or something like that.
It was a lot. Yeah.
And then her son, I think when it went off, wasn't nobody really talking to the dark skinned sister except the brother.
Nova, yeah, nobody was talking Nova. That's because of the book that she had put out.
Yeah,
she
had did the book, and her and the white guy had gotten back together. And I think
they got together.
Charlie's son and some of his friends had got into some trouble with some kind of fire or something.
Protest.
So that's where I left off. I haven't seen anything beyond that.
So you ain't really. I mean, you only like a season. You ain't too.
Yeah, it was just a season, and I think I started off watching the first few episodes of the season, but I didn't
know a lot. Like you were off into the season from what I'm hearing.
Something about me when a show starts getting to be, because like I used to watch Have and Have Nots faithfully, but when it started getting too diluted and like the storyline is getting, I just kind of lose interest.
Yeah, I still review that one too. The new episode of that will be in May. The new episode of that will be in May.
The last episode I saw was when Catherine and the other lady was in jail, and
Mama
their son,
Malone or Malone.
Yeah, and the son was he had the house, and this was when the girl from Coming to America was the police detective, and she ended up getting killed. That's the last episode I saw.
Oh, that's a long time.
But it started getting so crazy because like Candace had killed her son's daddy and was trying to bury him, and she had got Benny involved. Like, they doing too much. Then Jeffrey had the police officer that was, doing him.
You missed a whole lot. You done missed a whole lot.
And then was trying to make him get a girl pregnant, and that girl ended up killing herself or something?
She committed suicide jumping off the
They was doing too much. I'm like, y'all doing too much.
But this is the last season, so I literally been reviewing this show for years.
Since the beginning.
This is the last season. Yep. But again, a lot of my TV show reviews are on the first YouTube channel, Tanya's Primetime TV Media Reviews. And when I had started that channel, and then I decided to start the Hood Table, I would be in people chats all the time. What's up? Hey, it was like I knew everybody. They were like, "Who the hell is the Hood Table?"
Right, because they knew it was
Tanya. Over and over and over again through everybody's chat. This is Tanya. This is Tanya. This is Tanya. Yeah. So then people started, like, I go in Deanna's chat or ask April or anybody else. When they say the Hood Table, they know that's Tanya from Tanya's Primetime TV.
Yeah, because I first heard about your channel in Deanna's chat, and she was talking about the Hood Table and how you were something. I forget what you had done, and she was like, she mods over there. And I was like,
she was probably talking about when my YouTube channel made the news here in our city.
I watched it. That was the first thing I watched.
Yeah, we had covered a really big story. We had covered a really big story. We was the first ones, and then once we
that's the one I watched.
I
started watching after that.
Yep, and people started sending that particular video to all the news stations. And I swear, the very next week after we did our show, it was every news station outside my house knocking on my door, blowing my phone up, emailing me. I'm like, how the hell y'all find out where I'm at? What y'all want with me?
Girl,
And
you got no
they
street
wanted
cred.
to talk to me about the story we did, and they wanted the contacts to all the people who was in the story.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, people who was asking me, can I have permission to use some of y'all video on our news channel? And so I was like, okay, I give one particular channel permission. And I said, but you can only use so much of my show.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
what it is when it's news shows, it's like they don't give you contact information. You can't just
True.
call the news show and say, what's
So
the
why
phone
should
number?
you?
You know what I mean? So it's like when you're a YouTuber or something, they don't even look at you as like a real news reporter
You
or
might as
something
well
like
be
that.
Star Magazine.
You know. So I did, and I told him, I said, you have to say Tanya from the Hood Table and Omaha. I mean, I made it very specific, and that's exactly what they did.
They
And
sure
people
did.
still
They
were like,
gave you
"Oh,
your
Tanya,
credit.
you on the news? Hey, you on the news?"
You got your street cred.
Yep, they had took a portion of our show, and we was all on
I
the news.
saw it.
Yep.
I
So
sure did.
I was like, but hey, it was cool with me because it got us a little bit more, clout in our city, exposure in our city.
Because I
So
think after that, the next story I saw you do was with the people that lived in the town and the
the
neighbors
people who
were
all
white.
got arrested. Is that
Yeah, for a big fight in the street. They had a fight in the street or something. And then like the daughter called into your show, and then the white girl called into your show, and then yeah, it was. I was like, wow, this is like live
I said,
action.
well, since I let you speak, I gotta let them
Right.
speak. So
Right.
it was a hot mess. It was and then the family who was all arrested and pulled over, and they had all the kids on the ground and all that kind
Yeah.
of stuff.
I remember
Colorado
that one.
or somewhere.
I remember that one.
And, we got to interview her. She was like, "Y'all the first interview I did. Besides the news, y'all the first interview I did." So yeah,
And
we got
wasn't it another girl that worked somewhere and she was trying to say that the people were doing something, and I forget what type of.
What's the news?
Was that the same one?
It was like one lady. And
Maybe it was. I was thinking it was a different story.
We done so many interviews.
Because for that particular one, this guy came. You had the guy on there, and you had her on there. She said she was only going to talk to you, and y'all were trying to get to the bottom of how she ended up losing. It was an auto parts store or something. She worked
there. It was at a car lot. It was at a car lot.
This is the news girl.
Yeah,
the same one. Oh, okay.
She said one of her coworkers put a noose on her desk.
Okay. I thought it was a different story. Okay.
Yeah, but yeah, we done so many interviews here. So a lot of people in our town, like when things going on, people will tag me. They will tag me, or they'll say, "Call the Hood Table, call the Hood Table, call Tanya." So a lot of these stories we get locally, they just reach out to us, and then sometimes we reach out to them, like the story we showed y'all earlier with the little boy whose arm got broke, 11-year-old by the security guard at his school. I reached out to her earlier today to Mom, so we might get an interview with her, but so yeah, that's why I say our logo is from the hood to the White House, because we discuss any and everything on the Hood Table. You never know what we discuss.
That's true. That is true. Well, I have enjoyed this, but let me go on and finish these couple of parts. And I'm gonna try to watch the movie. I'm gonna try to watch the movie over the weekend.
Okay, well, you know what? Since I ain't working no overtime no more, these glasses. I love my glasses, but I hate how they kind of like seem to leave a impression on my skin or something.
Yeah.
But I love not being able, working overtime for 8 months straight, 7 days a week, besides holidays. My body's still recouping. So
I feel you.
These weekends, my son be like, "Mama, is you gonna cook today? I'm still tired from working overtime." But Mama, you ain't work overtime for 2 weeks. But I worked overtime for 8 months.
Right.
My body is still recouping. Like, it's like, you know how the Africans, eyes free.
Yeah.
That's how I feel.
I'm going through the same thing because I have a part-time contract that I do. And from like I'm gonna say from October to the end of January, I was working that job after I did my full-time job nonstop. So then, like in February, they kind of got caught up and they hadn't needed us to do anything. So for 2 weeks, I didn't have any time to report. So this week, my friend calls and she's like, they should have some work for y'all this week. I'm like, really? I kind of got used to not doing nothing. And after I finished my other job, I don't know if I'm ready to go back.
Man, I'm telling you, I'm like, last weekend was my first weekend off, and I slept in. And a lot of people is like, "Oh, 9:30 ain't late," but for me, 9:30 sleeping in is late. So I'm gonna we're gonna get off of here. I'm gonna watch Coming to America Part 2, and then I'll give you this weekend to watch it.
Okay.
And
if I'm not sleepy, I might watch it tonight. See, what I have to look at too with my TV is everything's not appropriate for my daughter. So, like for P Valley, I couldn't watch it when she was here with a little nosy behind because she like to stay up under me. So I tried because I love watching ID channel, but it's too mature for her. She started having bad dreams. So I'm like, you're just messing up my TV life.
And see, I never really had that issue with my sons because, again, they always play sports. Their life was sports. If they weren't playing it, they were watching it. If they weren't on the field or on the court somewhere, they was watching it on the TV or they were playing it on a video game. So my TV shows, they'd be like, you watching that again? They'd walk out my room.
Well, see, that's what I tell my daughter because I haven't been able to, I told you I had the congestive heart failure. Yeah. So I've been having to sleep in a recliner. So I haven't been sleeping in my room because since she was born, she has slept in the bed with me. Yeah. So since I've been doing that, she's been kind of sleeping in her room, which is good because usually wherever I'm at, she right next to me. Right? If I'm laying in the bed. So I would tell her when she would start complaining about what I was watching, I'd be like, you know what, they not showing this at in your room. In your room. Because she has TV, everything in there, but she would still rather sit up under me. And so I hope that because I finally got my BiPAP machine to start using. Yeah. And so hopefully soon, because I haven't slept in my bed since before Christmas. Hopefully I'll be moving back in there. But the thing is, I want her to continue to sleep in her room.
Yeah, I get it. Well, and then again, if you don't watch it tonight, I'm gonna hit you up tomorrow. After I watch it, I'm gonna hit you up tomorrow because it might not be too bad for a child.
Yeah, she might be okay with that.
I'll let you know though, because I'm gonna tell you honestly if you should watch it or not. So that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna watch it tonight, and then I'll let you know. I'll just hit you up, and then so you want the purple coffee mug, right?
Yeah, purple's my color.
That's why I didn't order it because I'm like, she talking about that's the only one. I'm like, no, it's like 20 different colors on there.
No, I didn't.
Make sure you got the color you wanted.
Yeah, purple's my color.
Okay. So I'm gonna order it and then I'm gonna ship it to you. I already got
my early birthday present. Yes. Yeah. It's less than a month away.
Okay. But yeah, I'm gonna get off of here. Thank you so much for tuning in and for y'all your support all the time for the Hood Table. I love you, girl.
Love you too. I enjoy it.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Have a good night.
All right. You too. Be blessed. And everybody else who tuned in and who kicked this with us for how long it's been literally 4 hours. We started at about 9:07, 9:08. Yeah. So it's been about 4 hours. So everybody who kicked it with us the entire time, everybody who peeked in, who jumped up on the screen, who hit the like button, who hit the share button, we appreciate you over here on the Hood Table. And I hope you enjoyed our Friday Night Live. Our motto is from the hood to the White House. So we discussed a lot of topics today from the hood to the White House. And I hope you guys enjoyed it. If you didn't like the video or shared it already or subscribed to the Hood Table, please do so. And if you happen to come in and watch the replay, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe if you're new to the Hood Table. And also follow us on Facebook, Twitter, IG, thehoodtable.com, and Stereo. And in the meantime and in between time, stay safe, be blessed, remain vigilant, and always, always keep it hood. Bye.